Our meeting. So I'd like to call all the council members to the dais, please. I know it's so exciting, but we're going to get this meeting started. Hi, Christine. Good evening. At this time, I'm calling to order the meeting of the City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for Monday, January 8th, 2024. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll? Of course. Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Mayor Koo? Here. Councilmember Lowing?
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
Councilmember Vinker?
Here.
For the record, all present. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to welcome everyone. This is a ceremonial meeting within the City Council, wherein the City Council will select its mayor and vice mayor for 2024 and express its appreciation for the 2023 mayor. That would be me. And vice mayor and city council. But first, I'd like to acknowledge the other city council members and elected officials that are present. And please forgive me if I miss you, but I'll start off with council member Lynette Lee Ng from Los Altos. Hi, thank you for being here. Council member Nisa Flaglor. Hi, thank you for being here, also Los Altos. Council member Sally Meadows, also Los Altos. Council member Linda Swan, Los Altos Hills. Council member Margaret Abekoga. Hello, hi. Mountain View. Council member Emily Ann Ramos, Mountain View also. Hi. Mayor Yang Zhao, she just walked in from Saratoga. Mayor Larry Klein, Sunnyvale, welcome. Council member Russ Melton, also Sunnyvale, but was formerly a resident of Palo Alto. A board member, Palo Alto Unified School District, Jennifer DiBrianza. Also, a board member, Palo Alto Unified School District, Shauna Siegel. Vice Mayor has reminded me that she's Vice President, Palo Alto Unified School District, Shauna Siegel. Representative, Office of State Senator Josh Becker, Alex Kobayashi. We also have Senior Field Representative, Office of State Assembly Member Mark Berman, Leslie Bulbach. Thank you. And also we have Policy Aid, Office of County Supervisor Joe Simidian, Killian McGlone. Hi. I also see in our audience many of our Palo Alto boards and commissioned board members. I want to say thank you for being here. And now we will move to the election of the mayor. So the first order of business is the election of mayor for 2024. This is our special orders, and we'll proceed as follows. First, I will collect nominations from council members for the position of mayor. Council members may nominate themselves or another council member. No second is required. With 7 council members present, 4 votes are required. After collecting the nominations, I will invite people to speak in the following order. Council members who've made a nomination may speak to the nomination. Council members who are nominated may speak. Any other council member may comment. And members of the public will be heard. We expect that 2 minutes will be provided for each speaker. And if you have not submitted your speaker card yet, please do so behind our city clerk. And please note that public testimony will be limited to the agenda topic, and this topic is the election of the mayor. General public comments on items not on the agenda will be taken after the council completes the items on tonight's agenda. Thank you. With that, we will, after the vote, the clerk will distribute an electronic ballot to council members who will indicate their choice for mayor. When all council members have submitted their ballot, the clerk will read aloud the name of each council member and the person who they voted for. If a nominee receives a majority of votes, that person is elected mayor. If no one receives a majority, the process is repeated until a majority is reached. The new mayor will then conduct the election of the 2024 vice mayor in the same way. I see lights on. Is that for nominations or is that for comments? Okay, just give me a minute. The floor is now open for nominations for mayor. Council members may nominate themselves or another council member. No second is required. Thank you. Council member Lithcott-Haynes.
Forgive me for being overeager, Mayor.
Not at all.
I'll begin by thanking you on behalf of all of us. I'm sure each one of us will have the opportunity, but what an extraordinary year it's been under your leadership. And I invite the chamber to give Mayor Koo a big round of applause. I don't know if that's allowed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I would like to nominate Vice Mayor Greerstone for mayor.
Thank you. I see council member Burt. No, you're okay. Council member Tanaka.
I'd like to nominate Councilmember Vicky Venker for mayor.
Thank you. So we have no more lights. So we have nominations for Vice Mayor Stone and Council member Vicky Venker. With the council members who moved the nomination, would you like to speak to your nomination? Council member Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may be the last time that I say, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess we'll see. Okay. As I said at this time last year, I do believe that as a matter of good governmental procedure, we should elevate our vice mayor to mayor unless we have a clear reason not to. Mayor is a role where you need to learn on the job, and there's no better way to learn it than to serve as vice mayor. However, I feel like this microphone is not good. Is it all right? Okay. However, my support for Vice Mayor Stone goes well beyond a procedural presumption that a vice mayor should be elevated. So let me take a few minutes to speak to why that is so. Vice Mayor, for starters, as a fellow lawyer and educator, I appreciate how you go about the work of doing what is right for this city. I've seen you not only here on the dais, but on the Finance Committee, along with Councilmember Burt, where we work hard to get the dollars to align with a vision for what this city is and should be. And in every one of these roles, as I've gotten to know your why in the work, meaning why you do the work, you've impressed me. Your commitment to public service started on the Human Relations Commission at 23. You pursued law to serve and make things better, but you left the law to serve the community in a way you found even more compelling and rewarding, which was to become a public school teacher. And you ran for city council, where boy do you serve. Our compensation system for council makes it all but impossible for someone in a profession that is not very lucrative to be able to afford to serve. But you and your partner have figured that out. More than that, you are absolutely dedicated to this city. We see it. And in so doing, you bring a much needed and valuable perspective to this council, not only as a public school educator, but as a renter. I've enjoyed your style of leadership. You strive to treat everyone with respect, even when you are being mistreated, and I've seen you endure some of that up here at the dais, and I commend you for how you've handled it. I appreciate your values around equity, whether we're talking about supporting unhoused people, protecting renters, building affordable housing, allocating funds to worthy nonprofits in the human services area, which we call HISRAP. And you were the only dissenting voice opposing police radio encryption the year before last, because you know how essential it is that the work of the city, including our law enforcement services, be transparent. It is no surprise, given that you're an educator, that you're also a great champion of our youth. And I see you seeking to center their perspective, whether it is the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition or the Palo Alto Youth Council. Finally, in terms of how you do the work, I've seen you craft beautifully reasoned arguments that often land you a headline in the local paper. I've seen you be very responsive to the community, and I've seen you do all of this in a way that is organized, pragmatic, and efficient. You even seem to enjoy yourself most of the time, and you support the rest of us in doing the work and enjoying it too. In short, I do believe it's your turn, and I do believe you've earned it. I'm proud to nominate you, Greer Stone, to be the city's next mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. And I'll go to Councilmember Tanaka to speak on your nomination, please.
Sure, thank you. So I've had the pleasure of working with Councilman Vinker for a bit now, and she sits right next to me, so we get to chat even more. And frankly, I've been impressed, right? Not only has she been the top vote getter when she ran, but she's balanced, she's fair. So the role of the mayor is different than maybe some other cities where the mayor actually has extra votes or extra power. But really, the role of the mayor in our city is to run a meeting and run an efficient meeting, run a meeting that doesn't go past midnight every time, and making sure that we actually deliberate items efficiently, effectively, see all the different perspectives. And not only have we served here on council, but we've also served on the policy and services where I was chair last year. And so I had a chance to kind of see her in action in terms of really thoughtful, caring, sharp comments. I mean, she really is very sharp. And so I can't think of a better person in terms of leading our council during meetings and making sure that we are efficient and effective. And I think her legal background, she's a practicing attorney, so she has a lot of experience in this area. Running a meeting effectively, I think, is going to be amazing. So I think our city and our council will be better served with Councilmember Vinker as mayor. She has lots of experience, tons of work experience, a lot of work kind of similar to this. And so I think that more makes up for, any, in terms of being ready to serve us as mayor. So I hope my colleagues would join me in supporting Vicky Vinker for mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. And now I'd like to ask each nominee if they'd like to speak to their nomination. I see Councilmember Vinker's light on.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. And thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. I'm actually quite touched, both by the nomination and by the speech you just made. I was not expecting to hear all of that. And I have to say that knowing that you've sat on this dais next to 7 different mayors and that you want me to be the 8th is truly flattering and humbling. So thank you. I would, of course, be delighted to serve the city in that way. However, Councilmember Stone has served for 2 more years than I, and as vice mayor has had the experience of sitting in on the weekly council planning meetings. And I nominated him last year for vice mayor. So with respect for that experience and in the spirit of collegiality and tradition, I respectfully decline the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. Vice Mayor Stone.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, and just want to thank Councilmember Lithcott-Hames for your nomination and your comments. I never would have thought in a million years I would have a New York Times best-selling author writing out my my nomination speech. So was quite exceptional. I was blushing a little bit through it, so thank you. I do humbly accept the nomination, and really just would like to add my thanks to that. Thanks to Mayor Koo and her leadership, her mentorship, and most importantly, her friendship over this year, I feel truly prepared to be able to step into the role and take the gavel this evening, because you were able to ensure that we were not just mayor and vice mayor, but true partners during this year. And you have taught me you have taught me so much in this. So I guess I'll simply ask my colleagues for their support. I look forward to working with each and every one of you this year as we continue to take on Palo Alto's most pressing issues and serve this community that we all love so much. So thank you. It's an honor to be nominated.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open it for other council members who'd like to speak to the nominations. In that case, I'll speak. Oh, Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I'm enthused about being able to support Vice Mayor Stone going into the mayor role. I've known him from the time he was a younger Human Relations Commissioner here, and then in the similar role at the county level, and then for the last 3 years serving together. I think that in addition to clearly having the capability to serve in this role and to lead the council, Greer has the respect and the trust of his colleagues. And that's an important aspect of who we select to be our mayor. But I also just wanted to speak for a moment on the role, because so often it's described as being primarily a ceremonial position. But I think all my colleagues understand and appreciate that it goes far beyond that. The mayor sets the agendas for the council meetings in collaboration with the city manager and the vice mayor. And so that what we actually discuss and when is entrusted in that those three people to bring forward the items in a timely way and thoughtful way and really a fair and objective way. And then the mayor also makes all the appointments to not only our own council committees, standing and ad hoc committees, but liaisons to the various boards and commissions and community organizations, and then the city's representatives on different regional bodies. And the mayor not only presides over the meetings, which is technically the role, but really has the ability to lead the council in more productive, focused, inclusive, and efficient discussions. And then lastly, the mayor is viewed inside and outside the community as the political leader of the community. And so that's really a voice that is more than what is the official description in the city charter, but that is the person that the press and the public turn to represent the city, and sometimes in ways that are not completely aligned with their own particular priorities on a given subject. But it's important that the mayor reflect positively on the city as a whole. While every mayor brings a range of skills to the job, the council looks to the mayor to be strong and fair in their leadership, and we expect that they'll lead in ways that it's about the community rather than about them. And I have that trust that Vice Mayor Stone will do exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Lowy.
Thanks very much, Mayor Koo. I still like the sound of that, by the way. I just want to enthusiastically support the vice mayor for mayor this year. I'm not going to try to embellish the New York Times bestseller author in how she so completely almost sort of take my breath away in terms of the way he does his work was just so well described there. Not just is the man smart, not is he is just unusually and repetitively insightful, and enjoys it, but the way he just works it and then comes up with a different idea and works it in a different direction. And I just love that about, how he works and sets the tone for that. His work ethic is very high. I think we all appreciate his interest in concise comments by all of us for meeting efficiency, and I'm predicting we're going to see that. And I love his injections of humor into the debate, particularly late at night, as a way of continuing the meeting with enthusiasm. I hope he's a role model for some of the younger people in our community who get up here and serve and can eventually get up there and serve. I also think he's been an extraordinarily good partner at Mayor Ku's request to be just that, a partnership, which makes it sort of a 1 + 1 = 3. So I think it's been a terrific year, and he is definitely ready to step up and take the gavel.
Vice Mayor Stone, soon to be Mayor Stone, I want to say you're ready. You're totally ready. I've been watching you, and it has been a total pleasure working with you as the Vice Mayor. As I said before, Vice Mayor Greer Stone is mature beyond his years and is an active participant at our council proceedings, as well as committee proceedings and representing our city. He is insightful and he provides sound advice and comments. And believe me, I've gone to him many times as a sounding board. And he has been very sound in his advice and just so mature. When I started on council, I was the liaison to the San Francisco Roundtable, Community Roundtable, which addresses airplane noise. And knowing that my term was going to be ending, I had asked Vice Mayor Stone if he would step in and learn and take over. And he's done a yeoman's job. This last couple of years, he's been writing the FAA, writing the airport, making calls, making sure that the community here is represented. But not only that, as one of the leading cities and engaging with the nearby cities in order to have a stronger communications with our San Francisco airport. So I am so proud of all the work that you have done in moving that needle forward so that airplane noise and also its potential harmful emissions are addressed. The other matter is, as a member of our Joint Powers Authority for the San Francisco Creek matters, he's been another voice on that committee with other cities who are affected by the creek and potential flooding. And he has been representing the city, but he doesn't just represent our city. Again, it's about all of us nearby who are affected and impacted by all of these natural emergencies, potentially. And so, again, it's about the larger vision. What Councilmember Burt said is so true. Having gone through the year as mayor, it's not only setting the agenda, it's really, and everything else he said, I'm not going to repeat, but it's also about being the face and the voice for healing a community when it's in pain or when it's in mourning, and being a cheerleader when we need to be cheerleading, and also representing the voices that are not heard, such as our youth, the seniors, people with disabilities. And those are where we need to be cognizant about around our city, because there are people here that need our voice to support them. So as Councilmember Burt said, you're strong, you're fair, and you lead about the community, and it's not about your own ambitions. So I want to say thank you, and I look forward to supporting you as mayor and calling you Mr. Mayor, Sir Mayor. Thank you. I don't see any other lights. And so with that, I'll ask our Madam Clerk to send out the electronic ballots. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we want to take public comments. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, could you give me a moment, please? I want to apologize. I did not acknowledge former council member and mayor Karen Holman from Palo Alto. Hi, thank you for being here. And also, I apologize also to council member Hung Wei from Cupertino. I actually came and said hello to you. So I want to say hi. Thank you for being here. No. Oh, and I also do now see former mayor and council member Liz Niz here. Hi. I also want to acknowledge former council member and Mayor Betsy Bechtel. Hi, how are you? Thank you for being here. And again, I apologize for not seeing you earlier. And with that, am I missing anybody else? Just to be safe. All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Our first speaker is Aram Ajay.
Okay, I'm Aram, and so yeah, can you hear me out there? I see it. I hit the unmute button. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Julie Lithcott-Haynes. I'm assuming you were thinly veiled allusion to Mr. Stone taking abuse as a reference to me. I don't think it was abuse to point out how I experienced Mr. Stone, who sat in my house, and I had a lot of good talks with him. He's a very capable guy, a capable lawyer. But what he did last year at this time, when Greg Tanaka had 6 years on the council, now 7, and he belittled Greg Tanaka, I experienced that as racism. And then as an opportunist. Okay. So yeah, you've got that jacket with me. I don't care how many other people think you're the most wonderful guy in the world. You're a capable guy, but I experienced you as an opportunist and a racist at the expense of Greg Tanaka, a brown-skinned man who you want to talk about all the time, how you are down for Black and brown people and the Holocaust remembrance and all of that stuff. Well, you don't wash with me, Mr. Stone. You owe Greg Tanaka an apology, and you still haven't stood up and been personal enough to do that to this day. And I'm going to have to say, that's enough, right? But thank you, Julie, for pointing that out. You always remain my friend for, making sure that you make some kind of a snide comment like that. In any event, I wanted Vicky to be our next mayor. 35 years, a distinguished member of the bar, a leader on women's rights. I'm looking here at a little statue of Rosa Parks. Why does a visionary like Councilmember Vinkler have to sit at the back of the bus, and hopefully she'll be the vice mayor, but the guy that's driving the bus is nowhere near the visionary and as capable as you. And Vicky, I told you that last night. I'm so sorry that you withdrew your nomination. Why should women have to remain at the back of the bus? It was your turn. You're the visionary, and Greer Stone is not the person he appears to be. Okay, that's it for now.
Our next speaker is Rebecca E.
Hey there, this is Rebecca Eisenberg, and I am speaking in my personal capacity, not as my capacity as a director of Valley Water. So I'm going to take a different style and substance than the previous speaker, and I'm going to say I'm really impressed with this discussion, with the statements made by colleagues about colleagues. I have a real soft spot for that, I'm going to confess. And I was extraordinarily impressed with Council Member Vinker's high integrity approach towards receiving that nomination. I mean, like Council Member Lithcott Hames said, I think there are both substantive and procedural reasons to support. And I know we're going to have this, so I just want to say this anyway. I think there are really strong, substantial, and procedural reasons to support future Mayor Stone or Mayor-elect Stone or whatever the right word is. The procedural reasons I think are very compelling, and I don't want to understate them. I think it is extremely important, and that's why it's such a well-regarded and consistent approach. You have the vice mayor, vice chair, however you label it, move on to be the chair or president or mayor, unless there are really strong extenuating circumstances, which I do not think exist at all today. So I'm very glad that you're sticking to that tradition, which not all traditions I think are worth keeping, but that one absolutely is. So thank you for that. And also on a substance level, I've had the honor and privilege and pleasure of working alongside, future Mayor Stone on the San Francisco Creek JPA. And that is a very challenging yet really satisfying and rewarding process. And he has been a delightful, contributing positive member of that board and a leader. I think he's ready. And quickly, my last point is I hope that Council Member
Please wrap up your comments.
Vinker, yes, I'm wrapping. I hope that Council Member Vinker can be rewarded for her integrity with the vice mayor role. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Labna.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. All right. So I have kids who've gone through Palo Alto Unified for years, and my parents came here nearly 50 years ago. From another country, from India. So I was born here, grew up here all my life. So I was just thinking about COVID and how during COVID we were in this safety mode of wanting the health and survival of our community and making everything happen to make that happen. And when it's so obvious how much empathy our community has for our kids when they're, sick, bullied during COVID, when they need mental health care.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. We're on item number 1, which is the election of the 2024 mayor.
Okay.
Is the topic about
No,
election of the mayor?
it's not actually. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Sorry
we
about
have a period afterwards that is going to be for public comments on items not on the agenda. Please come back then. Would love to hear from you. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 1.
Very good. Will you, and with that, will you send out the ballots?
Mayor, with only one nominee at your discretion, we can take an oral roll call vote, if you're okay.
We can do that.
All right.
Thank you.
So for the nominee of Councilmember Stone, Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, I'm
Nominee,
packing up.
and with that, congratulations, Mayor Stone.
Well, thank you, everyone. If I didn't win that vote, that would have been a little embarrassing. So, but I really appreciate everyone for your support and your trust in me to lead our city in 2024. Just a few comments I'd like to make first, but first I do want to acknowledge again my friend Lydia for her service as mayor in 2023. As I said previously, I've learned so much from you and cherished our partnership. And while I know I'll never be able to match your grace and your compassion, I'm going to do my best to be able to represent the city as honorably as you have. So thank you again so much. Of course, to the rest of my council members, I want to thank you for your faith in me, and I'm honored to be able to lead this incredible city and council this year as mayor. I also want to thank my wife, Adriana, my parents, and family and friends who have been able to come here. Adriana, especially for your patience and me going off to so many meetings every Monday and usually fellow many weeknights in between. And to my mom and dad, also just for your sacrifices that you always made in making Palo Alto my home. And as too many Palo Altans understand, my wife and I included, affording to live here is a challenge. But my parents wanted to provide me the best possible education, and so they made it work somehow. And I'm really glad they did, because from my very first day in Palo Alto as a kindergartner and at Duveneck Elementary School, through graduating Pali, to being appointed to the Human Relations Commission when I was 23 years old, to getting married at St. Aquinas Church right down the street, now here on City Council, Palo Alto and this community really made me who I am today. And it's truly the greatest honor of my life to be chosen as your mayor. But I've been reflecting on this, and I really do believe that a title is merely honorary if we don't use it to better the lives of the people that we serve. And I look forward to working with my colleagues, staff, and our entire community to tackle some of Palo Alto's greatest challenges. And we're not strangers to many of those challenges, from facing our affordable housing crisis by identifying dedicated funding, expanding housing opportunity sites, addressing our systemic barriers in our zoning code and entitlement process that has frustrated affordable housing development for decades. We need to continue to address our climate crisis by supporting the work and recommendations from the SCAP committee, prioritizing electrification in order to achieve our 20 by 30 goals. And in Palo Alto, we've always been a leader when it comes to climate, but we've fallen a bit behind other cities on the natural environment. Some other cities in the region have already passed bird-safe glass standards and dark sky policies. So I'm hoping we'll be able to see some of those ordinances come forward this year in order to be able to catch up. And of course, we must continue to also work on economic development and support our business community, who have been having to adapt to changing and uncertain economic conditions, whether that be street closures on Cal Ave or fewer daytime customers due to ongoing work from home habits. We got to continue to work together in order to provide them support so that they can continue to support our residents and our community. But one challenge that I think is particularly vexing is the epidemic of youth mental health and well-being. I experienced it here as a student in Palo Alto. I see it in my students today. And the current studies and literature is compellingly clear that the degradation of youth mental health and well-being during the pandemic has not alleviated and continues to make our youth suffer. According to the CDC, the number of teens and young adults with depression has more than doubled in the last decade, with 42% of high school students experiencing persistent feelings of sadness, girls reporting 57%, and teen members of the LGBTQ+ community reporting 69% of those feelings of persistent sadness. And nearly 1 in 3 high school girls have seriously considered suicide since the pandemic. Devastatingly, our community is no stranger to teen suicide. And in fact, it was our own epidemic of suicides that first drove me into public service in this city a little over 10 years ago. Thanks to the tireless work many community partners, some in this room tonight, did about 10 years ago, we were able to take action and address the worst of it. But today, with youth mental health in its worst decline in decades, I think it's time we renew those community efforts. This council has made community health and safety a top priority. But I do fear more is necessary in order to combat the epidemic surrounding youth mental health. So that's why tonight I'm announcing the formation of the Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing Blue Ribbon Task Force. This group is comprised of key stakeholders in the nonprofit sector, which includes YCS and Alcove, medical professionals from the Stanford Center for Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing, as well as Stanford's General Pediatrics Department, educators and professionals from both the city and the school district, student representatives, a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission, as well as myself and Shauna Siegel, Vice President of the Palo Alto School Board. And the task force will work together to be able to articulate some key needs and goals, identify gaps in services, and recommend policies and programs to this council. We have so many wonderful youth-serving organizations in the city. My hope is to be able to leverage the expertise we have in this community and offer meaningful changes that can be implemented across the city, nonprofits, and our schools. I recognize the challenge is great, but I'm optimistic that the members of this task force are up to the task, and I look forward to them being able to work with my colleagues to continue our work on addressing youth well-being, and of course, in addition to the myriad of other concerns our city and our region faces. Now, I really can't say enough good things about the women and men that I serve with up here. In so many ways, we spend more time together than we do with our own families and our colleagues at work. But it truly is a pleasure to be able to do this work with all of you in service to the city and residents we all care so deeply about. This city has been my home for so long. This community raised me and made me who I am today, and I am so proud to be able to represent all of you. So again, thank you for this honor. Now let's get to work. With that, we will move to item number 2, which is our vice mayor election. And we will go about it in the same order as we did for elections. So first, I will collect nominations from council members for the position of vice mayor. Council member Burt.
Thank you. So I would like to nominate council member Ed Lowing. And first, I'd like to say that the good news is that a year ago, we welcomed 3 new council members to the city council, all 3 of whom I believe are very capable of leading us as mayor in the next few years. And I was, and I'll just add that I think it's fair to say that as folks come into this role, they come to understand that there's a lot more to it than they had assumed from the outside. And that's been the case as long as I can remember. Which brings us to tonight's decision. For me, the issue isn't which of these 3 of our new council members will lead the council in the next few years. I think that all 3 are more than able and will do so. The question is, who already has the experience and understanding of the processes and the issues to step into the role after just 1 year on the job? Because normally we don't have a circumstance where we're looking toward leadership of the mayor and the vice mayor to come from people with such a short tenure. Ed Lowing is the rare new council member with a great deal of experience as a local public official. He served 13 years, first in Parks and Rec Commission, then the Planning and Transportation Commission. And during those years, he had the strong respect of his peers. He was actually elected to chair those commissions 5 different times. And so I think he's one of the few council members to come into this position and so soon already having enough experience with our processes and the myriad of issues that we face to be able to step into leadership role. There's another consideration. Our new mayor brings a life experience to a job that we value. He remains a renter, and he's a full-time high school teacher while serving on the council. But that means he will need support, primarily from the vice mayor, in representing the city in a whole slew of ways that occur during that 8 to 3:30 workday that he routinely has. Official meetings and functions that occur, and as well as ceremonial roles. So I encourage my colleagues to support Councilmember Lowing as the right choice for mayor this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt, and
Vice Mayor, did I misspeak? Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames, and feel free to speak to the nomination as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to nominate our colleague, Councilmember Vicky Vinker, for Vice Mayor. I very much respect Councilmember Lowing's service to our city on boards and commissions for a number of years. And yet I'm advancing the name of Vicky Vinker tonight because Councilmember Vinker has deep experience and readiness from having served not just regionally, but nationally. In fact, she was almost elected to our state assembly a few years back, and we are fortunate that she pivoted and decided to serve our city. Council is like a board of directors for the city, setting policy and overseeing professional staff. Councilmember Vinker is a distinguished attorney, has chaired boards, has served as general counsel to boards, has chaired meetings of Fortune 50 companies, startup companies, international law firms, large nonprofits, and her own nonprofit startup. Councilmember Vinker is innovative. She sees a need and does something about it. Case in point, she co-founded women's professional soccer. And since I've had the privilege of serving alongside her for a year now, I see just how prepared she is with her legal mind and her mediator spirit on the dais. I see how she parses every issue to make sure that what we are talking about is accurate, to make sure that we are considering the right things and nothing extraneous, to make sure that every outcome is the most just it can be. When required, she sets her equanimity aside and her tenacity comes out. With her technical background, I've seen her get to the bottom of things that come before council. I saw her go toe-to-toe, for example, with our independent police auditor when he made ill-advised statements about women in our police force. In short, Councilmember Vinker is ready to step into leadership. And frankly, since this night last year, I have just assumed it would be obvious to everybody that Councilmember Vinker would be our next vice mayor. In our class of 3 who ran against 4 other people for the opportunity to serve, it was Councilmember Vinker who came out in first place. And I do think that means something. As a third place vote getter, let me state that clearly, all right? I'm not trying to be vice mayor. I want you to be vice mayor, okay? In addition, Councilmember Vinker's reach outside of Palo Alto is complementary and strong. It's not just important who's vice mayor, but how the vice mayor team serves the city. Councilmember Vinker brings something extraordinary to the team. Her connections beyond our borders are incredibly strong and deep and extremely valuable to our city. She's known up and down our peninsula. People in this room know that Councilmember Vinker is a leader who serves not just Palo Alto, but serves the issues we all care about and will serve them on the various boards and commissions and committees where the work is done. It is clear from her appointment in November to the executive committee of the League of California Cities Peninsula Division that she is a treasured thinker and leader. This organization represents cities from San Francisco to Gilroy. Not even a year into the job, Palo Alto has a representative on this far-reaching group. She is already in charge of their first event for the year, to which all elected members are invited, and she brought it right here to Palo Alto. With the support of Mayor Koo, the mayors of Santa Clara County appointed Councilmember Vicker to 2 positions. The County Commission on Recycling and Waste Reduction that partners with Palo Alto's Zero Waste Program, and the Board of Directors of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, known as BACMed, or the Air District. Councilmember Vinker beat out incumbents to become one of only 4 who represent Santa Clara County on this 9-county board. How does this help Palo Alto? Well, some say one of our main jobs is to keep the lights on, and Councilmember Vicker has already connected our SCAP team with the BACMed team to talk about collaboration on issues like how our grid can support all of the electrification we know is coming and must come. She was the only BACMed director to accompany the board chair and executive officers to Washington, D.C., where she went to the White House and told White House officials, Congress members, and agencies about Palo Alto's heat pump water heater program, which they are eager to see succeed and which we know can be a model for the nation. She has also got helpful experience at the state level. Not only did she learn her way around Sacramento when she ran for the assembly, after that she worked for a nonprofit and convened a health policy stakeholders roundtable that came up with a recommendation for legislation controlling healthcare costs, something on everyone's mind. That recommendation became law and created a new Office of Healthcare Affordability in our state government, so she knows that process. And she also serves on the national level too. The International Trade Commission appointed her to their mediation panel, as has the federal court. Closer to home, Councilmember Vinker has made the community, our community, her office. She attends everything. As someone who tries to attend most things, there is never an event that I go to where Councilmember Vinker is not already there. Even when few other council members show up, Councilmember Vinker is there. She's at the Art Center openings, the Friends of the Library reception honoring volunteers, the Firefighter Academy graduation, the Veterans Day celebration, on and on. She shows up for constituents in person and on Zoom to accommodate everybody's different way of needing to be served. Most of us pick one or the other. She does them both every week. She's my fellow lawyer and frankly far more distinguished in law than I ever was. Yet the mediator in her is truly curious about different points of view, which is where she brings the equanimity. Some say this causes her to want to split the baby in half. I see it as negotiating a joint custody agreement. And if she can't get to that mediated outcome, she votes her conscience, which I respect, even when we disagree. She has brought a wide array of Palo Alto groups together through her democracy-saving, innovative brainchild, Sibling Cities USA. Rotary, Kiwanis, Stanford, high school students, climate groups, the NAACP, the Chamber, the Palo Alto Weekly, and many more have participated and or sponsored these events together with Sibling Cities. And she convened Sibling Cities town halls this fall on important and challenging topics: race and belonging, climate action, bridging regional divides, which was the one I was fortunate enough to attend, and I witnessed the extensive and gracious nature of her leadership capacity. Before coming to council, she spent 20 years on the board of directors for the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, which brings legal services to those who would otherwise lack them, serving as president and all kinds of other roles, including supporting the residents of the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. And finally, my 4th reasons for supporting you, my colleague. Councilmember Vinker brings diversity. In this American moment, we know that representation matters, and that as women, frankly, we are losing ground. I would mention this in every year that representation matters, but in this year, I think we must bring particular scrutiny to the way in which we select our leadership. We've only had 2 women mayors in the last 8 years. In part, that may be because we haven't elected a lot of women, but now there are 3 of us among the 7. If we don't go with Councilmember Vinker, it looks like we will have had only 2 women mayors in 10 years. But we have also not been very successful at promoting people of color lately. And we don't seem to have that opportunity tonight. But at least we can keep from worsening our gender equity plight. For all of these reasons and more, if they let me talk for an hour, I would. You know I can. I am nominating Councilmember Vicky Vinker to be vice mayor of this city we all cherish.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. I'll now ask each nominee if they would like to speak to their nomination. I'll go with Councilmember Lowing as you were nominated first.
Okay, I'm going to take a few minutes with this because it's obviously quite important. So thank you for the nomination, Councilmember Burt. It's very meaningful because you're in your 3rd term and you've done this 11 times and you've been at this night 11 different times. So appreciate the nomination. And congratulations to Mayor Stone. And obviously my goal is I'd very much like to work with you this year to support your mayorship in 24, because the vice mayor's role is precisely that, to support the mayor in any way and any time to help lead our council and our city. I accept the nomination as a long-term public service servant here for Palo Alto residents. I've developed a very detailed understanding of the complex situation that is our city, from the protocols to the staff to the processes. And because of my experience a year ago, I promised only one thing, which is that I would hit the ground running when I got on council. I think I've done that, and that would be my promise again tonight, that as the vice mayor, I would hit the ground running tonight and move on with our work. I'm not going to repeat what the nominator has said, but to note that a lot of my community service before the work here for 14 years in the city was also on leadership roles. In addition to the commissions that I've been on, I served in leadership roles on multiple local community services board, including president of a regional baseball league for 5 long years, as a board member and VP of the executive committee at Congregation Beth Am, and as a board member and head of finance at the Urban Ministry of Palo Alto, UMPA, that we ultimately merged with what you now know as Life Moves. So fundamentally, I sit here tonight, and what I'm offering council for 2024 is extensive prior experience in leading a group of 7 or more, my group of colleagues, to get to constructive solutions for the city. I think I was chosen multiple times by my colleagues on commissions because I was prepared in advance and balanced an approach and treated all equally and took the same approach toward the public. I always tried to lead out of stalemates and towards productive solutions. I'm always focused on staying at the issue at hand for time management reasons and other reasons. But as we all know, there's, and Councilmember Burt pointed out, thankfully, gratefully, that it's not just what happens right here. There's pre and post and pre-briefings and debriefings. And there's particularly the pre-briefing, the staff is the critical component of getting things done in the city along with us. And the third leg of that stool is the public. So all of those considerations have to be made. So you need a lot of skills in interfacing with the staff and collaborating behind the scenes on priorities and timelines and negotiating desired outcomes. I've done all of this for a lot of years here. It's not simple. It's not a seamless process. I understand the process and I can work within it and have done so. I just also want to mention that, group members could also demonstrate leadership ability and interest by creating new productive initiatives that nobody's been thinking of yet. It's not anybody's agenda. So I just want to tick off a few of those tonight to illustrate this approach that I've tried to take in my first year without being in a formal leadership position. As all of you will remember at our initial meeting on our initial offsite last year, I suggested that we needed a housing committee going forward to take the place of the demise of the housing ad hoc committee, because that part was over. It's not because I like bureaucracy. It's because I wanted maniacal focus on this extraordinarily important and complex issue. So I was very loud about that. Mayor Koo listened, created the committee. I'm on it along with now Mayor, our new mayor here. What's your name? And I'm just really pleased with the progress we've already made in very tight communication, working with Jonathan Late, who's back here, the Planning Commission, the Planning Department and the Planning Commission. And that's how it has to get done. So we now have a structure that we can work with that's already come up with, really remarkable moves that haven't been seen before in the history of Palo Alto, including what we call the El Camino Housing Focus Area, requiring 20% affordable housing in order to put those up. Those are the kind of concrete things I like to see accomplished and try to get out ahead of those things. In the budgeting process, my colleagues also saw I was quite adamant about our very bad track record of being chronically behind on the vacancy rate of open positions. So we budget for positions and we don't fill them, which means we don't have people to come and do the work. So we can't get our work done for all of our priorities. Staff listened, council listened. We now have budget, and we now have action being taken on that to improve our recruiting process, fill those jobs so we can get the recruitment done and our city's work done. Mayor Stone and I led a colleagues memo to move council salaries up a bit in hopes of expanding the candidate pool for city council and to enhance diversity up here by attracting more lower income residents. Council agreed, and that's happening. And lastly, I made a motion around retail recovery because we were going a little bit too slow, and to add housing on Kell Avenue corridor and to create a retail ad hoc committee. I did not even know if I would get a second for another ad hoc committee because we're on so many of them. But happily, what I brought up there resonated, and you all said yes. And 7-0, we now have an ad hoc committee of 3, which I'm on. And by the way, it meets very early tomorrow morning. So I just want to mention that as ways that in my first year, I've tried to show additional leadership, but more importantly, I've tried to move the ball forward for our residents and just sort of get stuff done. That's kind of like what I am. I carry my lunchbox to work and work real hard and get stuff done. As a final comment, although Councilmember Burt happened to have previewed this, I wanted to comment that I think the times that I've been working very intimately with the mayor this year have just been terrific. I mean, we're just really matching style, work ethic, focus on the task at hand. But I wanted to mention the ways that we're complementary, which Councilmember Burt already mentioned. He's a legal background. I have extensive business and operating experience. He's a renter. I'm a homeowner. He's a teacher. I'm an executive recruiter. He's young. I'm not so young. And as has been pointed out, tactically, you're a busy teacher, and we love that. But you got some time between 8 and 3 that you can throw anything you want, and I'll get it done because I have very high flexibility. So look, I really believe in this council. I think there's a lot of talent here. I love the congeniality. We're talking about what can be done in 24. I'd like to be in this role to get a lot done, to focus on our top priorities that we really need to fund and execute on, and to really literally keep focus on that. So in that regard, I ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. And Councilmember Vinker, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Mr. Mayor, to get used to that. Mr. Mayor, with your permission, I'd actually like to hold my comments until after public comment. Would that be all right? Other than to say I humbly accept the nomination.
After the public has spoken?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's fine.
Thank you very much.
I guess, sorry, before I move on, can I at least ask that maybe before you without making remarks, if you accept the nomination.
Yes, I mentioned that yes.
Okay,
I humbly accept the nomination.
thank
So
you,
thank
but
you.
we-
Yes, so they know what they're talking
Okay.
about.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then I'll open it up to other council members who would like to speak.
Reserve my comments to after the public speaks. Thank you.
Okay, so not seeing any lights, then why don't we do that? We will move to public comment. We will come back for council discussion at that time, and Councilmember Vinker, you'll be able to kick off that conversation. Okay, wonderful.
Our first speaker on item 2 is Kari T.
We need to activate it. All right. Hi, my name is Carrie Templeton, and I have the pleasure of serving you as a Planning and Transportation Commissioner, but I'm here for making remarks on my own personal behalf tonight. First of all, congratulations, Mayor Stone. I would like to say that I think each of you sitting on the dais right now is capable of leading this body, and it's my hope that your legacy will be to ensure a fair process exists after you're gone. In lieu of an established process, I would like to see a rotation based on objective criteria that reflects the will of the people. And the most reliable would be in the case of elected officials to look at votes as many other districts and cities have done. With respect in response to Councilmember Burt's comments, I would also like to just mention that I think Mayor Stone doesn't need a guiding hand. I agree with Mayor Koo, former Mayor Koo, that he is ready. And the implication really undermines Councilmember Lowing's amazing abilities on his own and not in respect to the mayor. So having worked with both Councilmember Lowing and Councilmember Vinker, I would like to say they're both amazing, and I want them both to be mayor. Right? I know the path to being mayor starts with vice mayor, but I also know that we need to do it in a way that makes sense and leaves a legacy of inclusion behind you. So I would say it's not a competition of leadership who has done more this year. You've both done amazing things. I'm so proud of you both. Having worked with you both, getting to see you up there and doing the stuff you're doing warms my heart, truly. But I also don't see what the rush is. I know you've served this city a long time and you'll continue to serve. And I think that when I say you, I mean both of you. But personally, I would like to see.
Please wrap up your comments.
Thank you. Of course I will. I would like to see Vicki Vinker be the vice mayor this time. And I would love to see Ed Lowing become the vice mayor next time. And I would like to see both of them get to serve in a leadership capacity for the city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen F.H.
Good evening. Congratulations, Mayor Stone. Thank you for your service, former Mayor Koo, and thank you all for your wonderful service to our wonderful city. My name is Kathleen Foley-Hughes, and I live at 839 Northampton Drive in Palo Alto, and I'm also the founder and executive director of Ada's Cafe. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Ed Lowing as vice mayor. I've known Ed and his wife and their children for over 20 years, beginning in 1995 at Walter Hayes. Our connections over the years have involved Scouts, Little League, the Planning Commission, and other community-focused efforts. Through these engagements, I came to see Ed as hardworking, honest, and transparent. But I really got to see Ed in action as the president of the Babe Ruth Baseball Board. In that role, I saw him demonstrate the leadership and consensus building skills that will serve him and the city well if he is elected vice mayor. As a fellow Babe Ruth board member, I found Ed first and foremost to be a good listener. Ed always wanted to hear what other people's opinions were before trying to shape group consensus around a solution. He was also very calm and constructive, even when the tenor of the discussions regarding parents, coaches, and players was going off the rails. Over the course of 5 seasons, his steady hand and willingness to put in the work to come up with the right solution came in handy many, many times. While ADAS has so many people to thank for its launch and continued existence, it was Ed who reached out to me when the Mitchell Park Community Center project was 3 years delayed and offered us the opportunity to give our mission-based employees with disabilities some customer service and burger flipping practice by running the snack shack at the Baylands Ballpark. Thank you, Ed.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comments.
Thank you. We're so lucky to have city council members who are committed and who serve all of us so well. And I'm a fan of all of you. But I'm here tonight happily to support Ed Lowing to be elected as vice mayor. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Bruce H.
Good evening, council members, and congratulations to our new mayor. I'm Bruce Hodge from Carbon Free Palo Alto, and I'm here tonight to enthusiastically support Vicki Vinker to be our new vice mayor. Vicki's commitment to climate issues is solid. She has played an important role in the City Council's ad hoc ASCAP committee and as a board member of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, which I prefer to call BACMD, where she voted in favor of tighter rules for emissions producing appliances. This is a landmark ruling, by the way. She has shown herself to be a quick study, and it's to her credit that we've had many thoughtful and productive conversations. In my view, she has a proven ability to listen and bring together sometimes divergent viewpoints into a shared understanding of effective solutions. As Palo Alto moves forward with the implementation of its ambitious climate goals, we need focused leadership from the City Council now more than ever. This is a complex topic with many threads, and Vicki will be an able advocate of an approach that is thoughtful and impactful. Vicki's engagement on other issues is equally thoughtful and energetic. Dysfunction at the federal level is now placing an increased emphasis upon local and regional actions. Vicki is well poised to advance this approach through her leadership in Palo Alto. I respectfully urge you to vote for Vicki Vinker for vice mayor. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann C.
Good evening, everybody, and congratulations, Mayor Stone, and thank you, former Mayor Koo, for everything that you've done. I'm Ann Cribbs. I'm a resident of Palo Alto since 1966. I'm now in my 3rd term as the Park and Recreation Commissioner. I'm here tonight to support Council Member Ed Lowing as Vice Mayor for this year. I was fortunate enough to work with Ed during my first term on the Park and Recreation Commission during the development of the 2017 Park and Recreation Master Plan when Ed was the chair of the committee. He provided great enthusiasm and leadership during that master plan. He always listened respectfully to various views. He encouraged thoughtful discussion while keeping his eye and our commission's eye focused on the goal. And we got that master plan done. And he's also very good at running meetings and making sure that they get to the end of the line. Ed understands the importance of community and recreation parks and open space for all of us, and I certainly appreciate that. And I do support him for vice mayor this year. Tonight, I also want to thank the council for the many years of work and commitment to Palo Alto. I'm grateful to live here in Palo Alto and enjoy the many blessings and challenges of this community. Thank you for your service.
Our next speaker is Jennifer D.
Hello, Jennifer DiBrienza, Palo Alto School Board, but I am speaking for myself. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your service, Ms. Koo. I think we are very lucky that we have two people up for this role that are both very well respected in our community and have done so much for us over the years. So I'm grateful to both of you, and I'm happy for the city no matter what happens. I am here to speak in support of Vicki Vinker right now. She is a model of civic diplomacy. She is someone who, if there is a consensus to be had, Councilwoman Vinker will find a way to get there. And I have had the pleasure most recently of working with her on the sibling city events, as you mentioned, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, and before the race and belonging one, which is a very important topic that this city and all cities across the country really need to be having. She had reached out to me to talk about the school districts name changes, and we discussed the whole issue, right? And Stanford's name changes and what happened in Indiana as well. And to see the amount of work that she's put into that event alone, as you mentioned, really just makes me so proud that she is on this council. And as was mentioned by some previous speakers, the way that the school board does it is top vote getter gets the first chance to the right of first refusal for that next role. We just had the pleasure of doing that last month. And I hope that you continue to, until you come up with a different system, which I know is maybe under consideration. It seems like that's a really great systematic way to do it. And then Councilmember Lowing would get to do it the next year, which would be wonderful as well. So thank you all for your service, and I hope you'll consider Ms. Vinker.
Our next speaker is Liz Kay.
Caught me off guard. Hi, everyone. It's really nice to see you. I'm Liz Niss. I have a bunch of past titles, but I'm here tonight as me. I'm here tonight just to talk to you about what is going to go on over the next year. And I think you're looking at three things. You're looking at balance, you're looking at gender, and you're looking at global experience. I don't think I can say anything tonight that will match what Julie did. It's quite, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames did an excellent job of going through what it takes and what someone needs to come to this job with. And I'm going to speak about this in general, and then I will tell you at the very end who I'm supporting. So as I said, I hope this year, as you look ahead, you'll think about balance. Is this a balance as you go forward? You're choosing a vice mayor. You've just chosen, and we've identified this, a young mayor. And as a young mayor, I think what you're saying is, according to Ed Lowing, you'd like somebody a little bit older alongside. But as I looked at you all tonight, I don't think somebody like that exists that's younger, right? I think, right. So let's talk first about gender. We talked a little about it earlier, and I will keep an eye on the time. Is it running at the bottom? That's the hardest part. Okay. As you look at who has been mayor and vice mayor, and you go back over this back to Francis Diaz, there was a period of time when there wasn't another mayor until Betsy Bechtel, which was in 1983. The only time we have seen parity in mayors in Palo Alto was during the 90s and into the early aughts. And that's a time when I served a couple of times. Pat Burt served, I think, in that period of time, but that's the only time you got to 50%.
Please wrap up your comments.
Is that flashing for me?
Yes, your time is
I used to just hate that. So I think you know where I'm going with this, but I would urge you, look at what you're saying about the future, look at what you're saying about how you function now, and think about balance. Thanks so much.
Our next speaker is Jackie W.
Council, congratulations, Mayor Stone. You got the wrong name thing there, and like, what does it say? I'm here tonight. Oh, my name is Jackie Wheeler. Sorry, I've been a resident here for 60 years. I live at 3956 Nelson Court. I support Councilmember Vinker for Vice Mayor because she is a strong individual leader and will complement our new mayor to strengthen the mayor-vice mayor team. As former Mayor Niss just said, it's hard to go through things as well as Councilmember Lithcott-Hames did, so I will not repeat that, and I'll try to be brief. Councilmember Baker is aggressive on climate action and housing and meets regularly with community leaders on these topics. She has some of the most frequent and accessible office hours on the council, which I think is really important to remember. I had the pleasure of working with Councilmember Vinker when she was running for Assembly in 2016, and I know how hard she works and how many organizations and community programs she supports. It's been mentioned that she has been on the board of the Law Foundation, which is really important with the work that she's done with Buena Vista, with foster children and people with mental health issues. I think what is really important is some of the things that former Mayor Niss said, that we really need to have diversity on the council. Out of the 7 members, we have 3 members that are diverse racially, and we have 3.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comments.
Okay. It would be especially disappointing if neither the mayor nor the vice mayor represents either of these groups. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Max G.
Hello, I'm Max Graken. I'm a junior at Pally. Unlike a lot of the other people who came here to speak today, I don't have some pre-scripted speech. I'm here just to talk about my experiences with Vicky. So 2 years ago, I wanted to get more into politics, so I looked to help with the city council elections. And looking through all the candidates, I decided that I wanted to help Vicky. And obviously, the people agreed, and Vicky won with the most votes. And then the next year, I came and asked to intern with her. And I have not regretted it for a second. I've done a lot of work with Vicky, both with her nonprofit and her council work. And I've been able to learn a lot how council agendas and council meetings work and how to organize events. And over this experience, I've been able to work a lot with Vicky and see who she is as a person and as a leader. And she does so much work to help make the community a better place and to help the city of Palo Alto and its residents. So I urge you all to vote for Vicky. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
Hi, Winter Dellenbach. I'm reminded once again how smart, what a smart group of people we have in these volunteer elected positions. And I want to really thank all of you who put your time into this. That said, I have thoughts. I have expressed this not only in this forum, in other city forums. For me, it's all about experience. And experience that's focused on the job description. Experience then fosters, if you got a brain in your head and you're devoted at all, which both of you are, knowledge. And with knowledge and experience, we hope, and does, come good judgment oftentimes. And it's, I also want to say, I've been a feminist since most of you people were born. Longer than most of you people have been alive, and I'm serious about that. So let's not get confused about these issues. I'm all in right now, tonight, this night, with Ed Lowing because of his knowledge and experience. Parks and Rec Commission multiple times as chair, Planning Transportation Commission multiple times as chair, truly devoted. Your work way back, years and years ago, dear to my heart, with urban ministry, with homeless folks, even before that, before we had any infrastructure for to help and aid unhoused people. And I will always honor that. You, Ms. Vinker, Councilwoman, I love you. I want you up next time. I look at this spread and I go, you're next. But right now, the knowledge and experience of all of those years give you a little bit more time. That's what I would advocate, and that's what I'm assuming will probably happen tonight. And I do appreciate all the speakers because I love this democracy, and we all get to speak up about these folks that we all respect. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bryna C.
Hey. Hi, everyone. Congratulations, Mayor Stone, and thank you so much, former Mayor Koo. I'm Bryna Chang. I have the honor of serving as the current vice chair of the Planning and Transportation Commission here, but just speaking as an individual tonight. So I just wanted to voice my support for what a great leader I think Ed Lowing is, based on the many years I worked with him on the PTC. And I'm just so impressed with how strategic he is, going to the core of some of the really sticky issues that we see on the PTC that's also similar to things that are often the exact issues actually that the council sees, and just going to the core and really working those issues and going to where the disagreement is going to be and thinking of practical solutions. So he's just intensely practical, which I value as a business person as well. He also listens to everyone. And so I really appreciate his listening, his facilitation skills. A big part of this role is a process role, and he gets it. And I really miss having him on as a fellow business person on the PTC right now, just because of the unique quality it brings, even though I love all my current PTC members. So I also just wanted to say that Ed has always impressed me because I think his temperament is uniquely suited to working on city problems. They are difficult, and he has this incredible patience to come back at something again and again and again, and the stamina to do it. He's diplomatic. He's completely service-oriented. He's doing all of this with no ego involved. It's just in service of the best solution. And so you heard him talk himself about how he's willing to roll up his sleeves. He'll often suggest an ad hoc, but that's where the work's done. And so I just wanted to say that I really support Ed as a wonderful future vice mayor. Hopefully.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kaisa G. Good evening. My name is Kaisa Goodman. I'm the former Public Engagement Director for the City of Bloomington, Indiana, Palo Alto sibling city, and currently a student at Stanford Law School. Of course, everything I say here is in my personal capacity. I'm here tonight to show my strong support for Councilwoman Vicki Vinker for Vice Mayor. At the City of Bloomington, Indiana, I had the enormous privilege to work closely with Councilwoman Vinker on the Sibling Cities USA program. Even prior to serving on this council, she was an exceptional ambassador for this community, one of the most dedicated public servants I've ever worked with, and a talented attorney, mediator, and consensus builder. Since I moved here in August, I've gotten to see Councilwoman Vinker in action even more closely, including leading the Sibling Cities meetings on critical issues such as racial justice and climate action. She is a leader Palo Alto should be exceptionally proud of. This council comprises 7 highly dedicated public servants, and certainly demographics, gender, race, and others should not be the primary factor in who is selected for leadership roles. But representation is important, and we shouldn't be blind to the optics if no women or people of color are selected to the positions of mayor or vice mayor. Even more important than optics is actually having real diversity of perspectives and life experiences in our leaders, the ones who make decisions that impact all types of people. I was thinking today of a close Bloomington friend who took her young daughters to last week's swearing in, specifically because they just elected a woman mayor and a majority woman council. These things do matter. Councilwoman Vinko should not be vice mayor because she is a woman, but because she is exceptionally qualified. That she is a woman, that she has those lived experiences, and that Palo Alto certainly has not reached gender parity in its government leaders are only further reasons to support her. With the greatest respect to every member of this council, I urge you to support Councilwoman Vinko for the position of Vice Mayor. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Keith R.
Thank you. Tonight, I'm only speaking for myself. I've been very lucky. I've had the privilege of working with Ed now on 3 commissions, first on Parks and Rec, then the Housing Element Work Group, and then finally now Planning and Transportation Commission. And I worked very closely, spent many hours with Ed, and I found him to be very productive and very capable. He has the ability to step back and consider the big picture and then determine the best route to address even complicated issues. That's only half the battle. Ed also has the patience and attention to detail to then dive in and hammer out the solution's fine points. Ed was not only just a fine commissioner himself, but his collaborative style made other commissioners more effective too. This was evident when he chaired all 3 commissions, running efficient and inclusive meetings. Ed has extensive experience working in city commissions and now in council too. He understands how City Hall works and has a working relationship with many on the city staff. Ed would make an excellent vice mayor, and I highly recommend him. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kaloma S. Kaloma S., you may speak if you wish. We will move to our next speaker, Hamilton H.
Hi, despite currently recovering from COVID, I wanted to call in and support Ed for vice mayor for this cycle for 2024. I worked closely with Ed when he was co-chair of the Housing Element. He smoothly ran all our meetings on Zoom with a diverse set of 15 plus folks. Everyone was granted equal speaking time, and Ed kindly kept folks on topic and the meetings to time. No one thought we'd be able to meet our goal of triple the number of housing units as the previous Housing Element, but we were able to. We also added innovative strategies like low-income housing over parking lots. Ed always made time in his busy schedule for members who had questions and concerns. I had several one-on-ones and found he listened, and while we did not always agree, he was engaged, smart, and thoughtful. During that process, I got to know a person who truly cared about the community and all its members. Ed has been doing a phenomenal job on City Council, which is no surprise given his 13 years of continuous experience on city commissions and the Housing Element. Ed is the embodiment of a compassionate, effective public servant. Please join me in supporting Ed for Vice Mayor for 2024. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
So I'm a big time Vicky supporter, but I want to just say a few things to Ed. I think, you and I talked, and then that seemed to disappear. You were very much a gentleman. We're both Jews. We're both in our mid 70s. I'm 75. We talked about our backgrounds. But what we didn't talk about, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to address that, is how you feel today on the terror state of Israel, about the demands for a ceasefire. These are critical political, social, legal issues that all of our council members need to address and not dodge. So Ed, I'm going to be talking to you about that. And by the way, how did that Housing Element thing work out? I don't think it's been approved, but maybe I'm wrong. You're a gentleman. I like talking with you, but you were afraid of me. It took me 2 years to get a hold of you. Now, Vicky, you have always responded to me. I'm an easy guy to call and talk with. I'm just kidding. But you've called me, you've emailed me. I came to your sister sibling USA events, they were extraordinary. When I asked, I even contributed and supported you, as did, I'm a member of the NAACP, as did the NAACP. And I know I spoke with Reverend Jethro Moore, the president of the San Jose Silicon Valley NAACP this morning. And I know that he supports you as well. When I asked you about the NAACP, you were able to provide me with a personal friend of yours who was the national president of the NAACP, and that you know well, Brooks, Cornell Williams Brooks, and you knew Jim Sims, and you tied me into those individuals. And I've also sent you, without you knowing, some really difficult citizens with difficult problems, and you took care of business behind the scenes. And you know, as a Jewish man at 65, I would love it, Ed, if you would do the right thing and just decline for this year and go ahead next year. Let's really stand where we want to. You want diversity, Ed, I want it. Let's do the right thing as Jews. Come on.
Our next speaker is Rebecca E.
Hi there, Mayor Stone. Yay. Thank you for allowing me to address you. Although I do serve as your elected representative on the Santa Clara Valley Water District, I'm speaking in my own capacity with pleasure and with honor to be here. So first thing, I'd like to incorporate all of the words, please, stated by Council Member Lithcott Hames in their entirety into my comment, and I can't add to it, but I'll try. When it comes to leadership, I'm a big fan of the definition of leadership that was put forth by one of my favorite authors and thinkers, Isabel Wilkerson, in her book Cast. She defines leadership as a combination of integrity and courage, and both are necessary. I think that is extremely important. I also think effectiveness is important too. When it comes to the choice here, with respect that is deserved to Mr. Lowing, I think that Ms. Vinker hits it out of the park. And we are so fortunate to have her, and she would do so much. Real quick, as to her integrity, I think the actions speak louder than words. We just saw 2 acts of integrity within the last half an hour when Ms. Vinker turned down her nomination to be mayor, and also when she prioritized the words of the public over her own. Those are 2 acts of integrity and courage that are rare. I've been following these boards for a long time. I haven't seen that before. It's amazing. Role model. In terms of courage, Ms. Vinker has made extraordinary changes to our world, everything from launching professional soccer, which some of you may call women's soccer, to the extraordinarily impactful change, positive change she's had towards our climate action goals. That is a goal of this council, and we would be privileged to have Ms. Vinker's help. Finally, I quickly want to say, because I'm out of time, but just want to say this. I actually serve on a commission, an environmental related commission with Ms. Vinker. She is extraordinary. She is brilliant and the best ally a person could ask for. I'm so grateful to her, to you, and I hope you all vote that way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Doria S.
Thank you. This is Doria Suma. I'm currently the chair of the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking for myself tonight. Good evening to the entire council. First, I want to congratulate very enthusiastically our new mayor, Mayor Stone, and also thank a heartfelt thanks to Lydia Koo for her great work for the city and this community, and I hope that is going to continue. And I just wanted to go on and say that you've heard a lot from a lot of members of the public and members of the council, and it's very clear that both of these candidates for vice mayor are wonderful people and wonderful council members and public servants. But I do want to let you know that I served for 6 years on the Planning Commission with Ed Lowing, and he's an incredibly great person to work with. He is collegial. He is balanced, he is fair, he's certainly a team player, he respects everyone. I think that all of his experience prior to the Planning Commission, he served 7 years, I believe, on Parks and Recs, and then you've heard about some of his other work in the community, which has been a lifetime commitment for Ed to serve his community. I also think that he is focused on this specific community. And when it comes to problem solving, he is pragmatic also, which is really important, I think. And most of us would agree, I think. I think it's important to understand that Ed represents and has proven that he represents all members of our community here in Palo Alto and people that use our city, and not just groups that look like him. So I think it's really important for him to be vice mayor this year, and I look forward to Vicky being vice mayor in the following year. It's great to have an embarrassment of riches in our choices. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julian H.
Good evening, Council, and congratulations, Mayor Stone, on your recent election. And thank you, Ms. Koo, Councilmember Koo, for your years of service. My name is Julian Hong, and I'm currently the student body president at Palo Alto High School and a product of our public school since kindergarten. And I'm here tonight to express my profound support for Councilmember Vicky Venker. I've worked with Councilmember Vicky Venker from her nonprofit Sibling Cities USA, which is focused on bridging our most current and most pressing issues today. And throughout my time working with her, she has been a resolute member of our community and someone who steadfast represents Palo Alto's values. And to me, perhaps most importantly, she represents and encourages the development of Palo Alto's youth, our future leaders. Throughout her time, she's encouraged youth to get involved with politics, as we've seen with Max Rakin, and in addition, speak up and become involved in city politics. Not only does she have a wealth of experience that she brings to the table at the national and local level, as we've heard from other speakers, but I believe that she will be able to nurture the next generation of leaders that Palo Alto needs. Because throughout her work with sibling cities, she has tackled the pressing issues of today, from climate, which our planet is currently suffering from, to race and belonging. And especially when I worked with her on Race and Belonging Committee, she spent hours working on it to make sure it was perfect. She embodies a first one in and last one out approach that I believe our public leaders need. But most importantly to me, and the thousands of other young people in Palo Alto, she represents a hope for Palo Alto's future, where she will continue to develop Palo Alto's youth and ensure that we're properly represented. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Golrukh V.
Thank you. I am a local business person, although I have lived in and out of Palo Alto and surrounding areas for about 60 years. I was kind of caught unawares. I knew today was election night, but my topic was a little bit different, and I'll try and merge it in with elections. I want to congratulate the new mayor. And as far as listening to all the people who have said supportive things about the other council members for vice mayor, I just want to say that there are many parts of the world today that are catching up with what humanity should be like, which is equality and fairness and compassion. And having said that, I hope that there is a female vice mayor. As far as the issue I wanted to talk about, as a business person downtown for 50 years, I hope that the new members, elected members, and the council at large does something about the situation for small businesses. Palo Alto is almost, I would say, biased towards restaurants and big corporations, and the small businesses are suffering. On my block, 6 parking lots are taken up by valet parking and outdoor parklet, what you call the restaurants outdoors. And that is fine. It's fine. I would prefer it to be a walking street, in fact. But at the same time, what is the city doing about
Your time is up. Please wrap up your
small
comments.
business? And that is what I wanted to say. And I hope that council does something about small business. Thank you.
Great. Thank you to all of our public commenters. And we'll turn it back to the dais and Councilmember Vinker to speak to your nomination.
Thank you, Mayor Stone, and thank you very much in your first act to allow me to reserve comment till now. It shows the good judgment that we knew you had and the trust that we had in you. I am so humbled and heartened by the public comment we've heard. It's, getting ready for tonight, there were some people who said, they never listen to us, they don't listen to public comment. And you all proved why we should. It was really quite extraordinary. And you put the heart in heartened. It's really sort of taking me a moment just to even take it all in. And it reflected also, of course, the fondness and respect I have for my dear colleague, Ed Lowing. So thank you all for taking the time to be here and to share your thoughts. It is what makes democracy works, and it's a critical part of what we do. I am eager and I am ready to do this. I've convened a lot of meetings in my career, a lot of different kind of meetings. Councilmember Lithcott-Haim went through a lot of those. I won't go back through them, which, by the way, thank you to my colleague Lithcott-Haim. That was, I don't have words for it. It was, but thank you so much. I'm just humbled by your confidence. But I've had a lot of career highs in my life, but I have to say that serving on this dais in this city with these colleagues is really a mountaintop experience. It's really a privilege. This is a very special city. I mean, we know we're special because we have an airport and a golf course and we own our own utilities, but we're also special because of our residents and the extraordinary talent that you have and that you offer to making our community better. I mean, when we went through our commission appointments, it was so hard because the stack of tremendously qualified people who wanted to give of their time to serve was extraordinary. So it is a privilege to be among you. And of course, to me, it's an extraordinarily special city because my husband, Tim, and I have lived here for over 30 years and raised 2 daughters here who went to the public schools and are now off doing well based on the strong foundation that this community gave to them. I don't know what better gift you can give to a parent. But this city is unique. And outside of the city, they know that. They see us as leaders and innovators. They look to see what is Palo Alto doing? What other city of 68,000 can you walk into most places around the world and say, I'm from Palo Alto, and they know where that is. And because of that, we have extraordinary potential because of our residents, because of what we can do. And we have had a phenomenal year on council, I think. The collegiality up here has been tremendous. We have accomplished a lot. But there is so much more we can do. We can aim high with this group and with all of you, and we should, because our residents expect a lot from us. You deserve a lot from us. And I'm really eager to help us try to seek that potential and to realize that potential. And I think I'm well situated to do that. Several people mentioned my office hours that I try to do. If you want to meet me on Zoom, I'll meet you there. If you want to meet me in person, I'll meet you there. But convening people is what I do. And the wonderful thing about convening the sibling cities meetings is that
people in Palo Alto, when they tried to get together broadly and say, how do we want to present ourselves to Bloomington? They started meeting each other and talking to each other and finding synergies and things and people that hadn't gotten connected. And they got behind this program. And so when we had these 3 tough discussions this fall, I mean, race and belonging, climate, bridging regional divides, these are not easy things. We not only had great attendance, we had a lot of community groups come together to sponsor it. We had everybody from the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce to the Rotary Clubs. We had the Silicon Valley NAACP. We had the Palo Alto Weekly. I'm going to miss some. There were many. I think I got the Rotary Clubs. It was tremendous, the people that stepped up to make that happen. And we learned about ourselves when we were speaking to people 2,000 miles away. And I think that's just an important thing to do. So serving on this council with the optimistic, hardworking, smart, and talented people up here is something that I will treasure no matter what capacity I do it in this year. But I do believe if I could become part of the mayor, vice mayor team, that I could amplify the vision of Mayor Stone, that in much the same way that Councilmember Lowing mentioned, when you're at school and working 8:30 to 3, there's a flexibility there that I'm fortunate to enjoy. And so that and the differences of knowing the struggles of owning a home versus the struggles of renting, all of that. But I think I also bring a different reach. I think that between us, we have some complementary assets that are good for this city, where we can reach both within and without of our bounds, where we can get the word out, make partnerships, bring resources in, share best practices, and use some of these relationships, networks, and experiences that others have related to you, and I don't need to repeat. But to me, that's the joy, is to lift up Palo Alto, center it, but bring it assets, and then help us iterate beyond our borders. So I would be delighted, honored to have that opportunity, should my colleagues choose to give that to me. Thank you.
We'll bring it to council for discussion. Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did that sound good? I would like to say, both nominations are great. Have a lot of respect for both. Now, Councilmember Lowing is what Palo Alto Weekly called a City Hall veteran. Ed is not only a veteran, but has volunteered and contributed his time and efforts in supporting the council for over 15 years as a commissioner on the Parks and Recreation Commission, and then on the Planning and Transportation Commission, and has chaired the respective commissions numerous times. As it was said last year, it is critical that the mayor and vice mayor relationship is strong. I believe Greer and Ed will work well together, as they have already worked well together, being on the Housing Ad Hoc Committee, and previous to that, they worked together on the Housing Element Ad Hoc Committee. The ad hoc committees for housing are time-consuming and laborious. They require understanding of the local community's culture. I believe Ed does and will support and work well with Mayor Stone, keeping in mind the city's organizational chart. Madam Clerk, will you put up the chart, please? You know that's my favorite, right? As you can see, it's all about representing the residents in Palo Alto. Ed has done that in over 15 years, representing the people of Palo Alto, bringing it back to council, making recommendations on behalf of the residents of Palo Alto. I do want to thank everybody who came and spoke on behalf of Councilmember Vinker. We hear you. And as one of the commissioners or one of the public speakers who spoke, what is the hurry? What is the hurry? Councilmember Lowing has been serving and participating in City Hall affairs for over 15 years. It's a pleasure that Councilmember Vinker has joined us and has been serving in her capacity for 1 year. So what is the hurry? There will be opportunities. With regards to what someone said about balance, gender, and global experience, I think it's about the people of Palo Alto, the vast, diverse community here. And I see both Councilmember Lowing and Mayor Stone, they will provide balance. As for gender, I would say, let's not deflect from the capabilities of these people. Now, I'm sure if there were 2 women who were mayor and vice mayor, I'm sure it would not have been offensive or insult. As for Councilmember Lowing, he is a father of a daughter and he's a grandfather of a granddaughter. And of course, Claire, his wife, would definitely tell him if he is becoming biased. I would appreciate if you did not do that. That's rather rude. I support, and so let us be reminded of Ed's experience and the time he has spent serving Palo Alto as a commissioner and his capable representation of the issues for the people of Palo Alto. We'll have many opportunities to meet with the global scene and global members. And with that, I support the nomination of Councilmember Lowing for vice mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo, and just please a reminder to members in the audience to please keep your comments to yourselves and not interrupt the meeting. Councilmember Lithcott-Ames, do you have a light? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you put the Councilmember Koo's chart back up, please? Because I think it is an important visual. I think when we use the phrase representation matters, we're talking about ensuring that those who have historically been underrepresented in industry, in spaces and places, in leadership, that we are now a people that understand that it's important to be giving equal opportunity to all. So when we say representation matters, we're talking about who has historically not served. If you look at that wall, you can see who our mayors have been. And you can see that women have been quite underrepresented in the leadership of Palo Alto until fairly recently. We are a council of 7, 3 are women right now, and it seems only logical in service to the Palo Alto residents who are in fact at the top of the org chart, who are half of whom are women, that we would do our due diligence when it comes to selecting our leadership and ensure that when we have the opportunity for gender parity, that we are in fact advancing that ball. Thank you.
Any other members of council like to speak? Councilmember Vinker.
I just wanted to add that I've been informed that Reverend Coloma Smith, who dropped out, he had to go run a meeting and didn't want any disrespect to the council.
Great, thank you. All right, since seeing no more lights, I'll go. Tonight's vote, incredibly difficult one. I've mentioned many times, this is always my least favorite vote of the year. we are fortunate to have 3 new members of this council who are all incredibly gifted and capable in their own ways. And as it has been mentioned before, I think we have worked very, very well together, and we really can't make a wrong decision tonight. I've really enjoyed working with all 3 of them. Unfortunately, we do have to vote for 1 member to be vice mayor. And while Councilmember Vinker has greatly impressed me, I think you're one of the smartest people I know, one of the most accomplished attorneys I know. Our new council members have only been serving on this council for a year at this point. I know I would not have felt comfortable stepping into this position after a year. And so I do believe, and one of the public commenters, Ms. Dellenbach made a good point about this. I do think experience really matters here. And Councilmember Lowing has 13 years plus experience in service to this city, first as a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, then as a PTC Commissioner. But I do think most importantly there, he has served in leadership as chair of those commissions 5 out of those 13 years. And not only does that mean that Councilmember Lowing would be able to step in right away and be able to chair a meeting, it shows that he has had the trust of his colleagues, a trust that he has continued to build with this council. And so I feel confident that if he needed to step in to chair in my place, he would be able to do it probably better than I could. I've worked very closely with Ed this year on the Housing Ad Hoc Committee. Well, we've worked to really just find common sense solutions to some of Palo Alto's most divisive and complex issues, which has been housing. And these issues have flummoxed the city for decades. And we're really starting to see some meaningful movement there. And so I've really appreciated that time being able to work together. And I think in leadership, we'd be able to continue that momentum moving forward and getting this housing element adopted, which has to be one of our top priorities of this year. And as others have mentioned as well, I would imagine we will be here a year from now supporting Councilmember Vinker into that leadership position. So for me, my vote goes towards experience at the city level for tonight. And with that, we can take the vote. And Clerk, can you go through the process for this for us?
The voting link is available on your iPad. If you prefer to use your phone, there are QR codes in your binders that you can scan and access the digital ballot. Please let us know if you need any assistance. The votes are in. I will now go on with reading each council member and the candidate they voted for. Councilmember Burt voted for Councilmember Lowing. Councilmember Koo voted for Councilmember Lowing. Councilmember Lowing voted for himself. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames voted for Councilmember Vinker. Mayor Stone voted for Councilmember Lowing. Councilmember Tanaka voted for Councilmember Vinker. Councilmember Vinker voted for herself. Councilmember Lowing with 4 votes is elected the 2024 Vice Mayor. Congratulations.
Thank you, and we will move on now to our final item, item 3, adoption of a resolution expressing appreciation for outstanding public service to Lydia Koo as mayor in 2023. And I will have the honor of reading our resolution. Whereas Lydia Koo was first elected to the Palo Alto City Council in 2016, was re-elected in 2020, served as vice mayor in 2022, and as mayor in 2023. And whereas in 2023, Lydia represented the City Council on regional bodies like the Cities Association of Santa Clara County, served on the City Council's Cupperly and Sobrato ad hoc committees, and served as the council liaison to the Historic Resources Board. And whereas Lydia is a staunch advocate for local control of planning and development, opposing state legislation that could erode Palo Alto's quality of life and environment. And whereas in 2023, the council adopted a budget that enhanced quality of life services, such as increasing library hours, expanding the dark fiber optic network and fiber to the premises, and boosting public safety services. And whereas the council invested significantly in infrastructure projects like the public safety building, the Mitchell Park Fire Station, the regional water quality control plant, and multiple park improvement projects. And whereas Lydia's tenure as mayor exemplifies her integrity, passion, and dedication toward the betterment of Palo Alto, its residents, and its business community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Palo Alto does hereby honor and commend Lydia for outstanding public service and records the appreciation of the council, residents, and businesses for her meritorious service and commitment as a Palo Alto mayor. Congratulations. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, I guess we'll turn to public comment on this item, and then we'll bring it back if any members of council would like to add their congratulations.
Our first speaker is Lori M. I actually wrote Dear Mayor Koo, but I've got to change that. Dear Council Member Koo. I'm Lori Myers. I've lived in Palo Alto and raised a family here for over 30 years. If I were to think of one word to describe you and your leadership, it would be empathy. You lead with empathy. I want to share a story. This was right after October 7th, a time of horrific pain and fear in the Jewish community. You can't imagine, and I hope you never do, know how it feels to know that there's a government out there, Hamas, that literally wants me and my Jewish children dead. And I don't think there's any other group in Palo Alto that can say that, and it comes with a unique, horrible kind of pain and loneliness. At that time, we needed leaders to see us, hear us, and stand with us, and that was you. We had met once before, but you took my call. You listened to my story. Your empathy was so profound that we were both in tears. And you issued such an emotionally powerful statement before City Council. I'm sure Councilwoman Lithcott-Hames remembers because she broke protocol and actually went over to hug you. That not only acknowledged our pain, but acknowledged the pain in all of our community who were affected by that terrible attack. Our Palestinian and Israeli friends, our Jewish and our Muslim friends. I encourage all of you to read Lydia's statement to City Council. It's about unity. It's about us. About a month after October 7th, I got a text from Lydia just asking how I am. Can you imagine more compassion? That's the thing. Lydia sees and hears us all. Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, the renowned chief rabbi of the UK, said that in Judaism, leadership is not a luxury, but a necessity. Ours is a small but intensely vulnerable people. Inspired, we rise to greatness. Uninspired, we fall. Lydia, you inspire us. We are forever grateful. Mayor Stone, congratulations. And I need to thank every member of City Council. I know that a leader is only as good as their team.
Thank you all for all you've done.
Your time is up. Please wrap up
And
your
we look
comments.
forward to working with you.
Our next speaker is Lynette L.E.
Hi, I'm Lynette Liang. Even though I serve as a council member for the city of Los Altos, I'm here to speak for myself as a community member. I had the pleasure to serve with now council member and former mayor Lydia Koo at VTA committees and found her to be thoughtful and eager to listen and learn. She asked helpful questions, made practical comments when approached with a policy proposal. Others often asked, how would it benefit their city? But she always asked, what are the benefits and impacts to other cities? As a representative of a neighboring small city, I greatly appreciated her thoughtfulness. We have also worked on diversity, equity, and inclusion matters, especially with the Asian community, as we all feared for the safety of our Asian seniors who were assaulted, beaten, robbed, and sometimes killed. We worked together and coordinated a safety town hall for the seniors with both of our police chiefs of our cities. Thank you for doing so. Mostly, I've appreciated former Mayor Koo's community approach, speaking up for those whose voices are less frequently heard from, such as the youth, seniors, and with people with developmental disabilities. Her common sense approach, which is based on reality rather than ideology or party lines. I would like to say, Palo Alto has been very fortunate to have had you as a mayor. Congratulations on a job well done for 2023. Thank you. And I look forward to working with you, both Mayor Stone as well as Vice Mayor Lowing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Killian M.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening. My name is Killian Mallon. I'm from the Office of County Supervisor Joe Smidian. He wasn't able to make it tonight. He sends his regrets, but I wanted to say thank you to the former Mayor Koo and to the whole council for your collaboration with us in the county over the course of the year on a range of issues, from affordable housing to helping the IDD community to teen mental health. And we look forward to working with you again in the year to come. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maura O.
Good evening, Council. Congratulations, Mayor Stone and Vice Mayor Lowing. Thank you so much, Council Member Koo, for all of your service this past year. I wanted to share 3 examples of how grateful I am for your service last year. A year ago this time, we were all facing floods, and Mayor Koo was the first person out there volunteering to fill sandbags, checking in on neighbors, coordinating. We're so grateful for all the hard work that you did that very first week of your mayorship. You have provided many inspirational messages, both from the dais and also at events. One of the first events that you came to was the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. And I want to make a quick plug that event is coming up again on Monday. So there are flyers outside there, but also you can sign up for the event on the city website. There are about 25 or more service opportunities. And you can also come to the event from 1 to 3 at Mitchell Park on January 15th. I also want to thank you for your leadership for youth mental health. You encouraged a group of us nonprofits to screen the film Try Harder, a documentary about the college application process at Lowell High School in San Francisco. Our youth leaders in the community took that idea and created an event where they were able to provide evidence-based strategies to help communities. We had about 60 people who came out, parents, intergenerational, and it talked about ways to help students through their academics and also to propel them in their lives. And I also want to thank Mayor Stone for continuing to carry that mantle forward. Our youth need us. And I forgot to introduce myself. I am the Executive Director of Youth Community Service. I am also a citizen.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comments.
And a mother of a 16-year-old. So thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Terry H.
I'd first like to offer my congratulations as well to our wonderful mayor, Greer Stone, who, like myself, is a school teacher and cares a lot about youth and mental health, and that's wonderful. And as I work very hard in the school district, I also think it's very critical that we do that job, and thank you for that. And for our vice mayor, congratulations to you. I know you will serve the city well, very well. I'd like to just take a couple minutes to talk about Lydia. Lydia is one of the most sensitive and caring individuals that have ever served on our city council. She works diligently hard. I've seen her myself spending hours and hours going over the weekly packets that the council gets and trying to understand them. She's never afraid to challenge city staff if they need to be challenged. And I encourage all of you to continue to follow in those footsteps because there are questions that come up and they need to be challenged, that's for sure. I also want to mention her belief in local government and local democracy. I think what's missing a lot of time in our society today is that we rely on our politicians to provide the services when really we should be working with our politicians, our local politicians, to demand representation in our city. Representation is missing. And we need to have good representation who will listen to the neighborhood, who will be listening to the people who they supposedly represent. And I encourage all of you to follow in those footsteps. Lydia, you've done a tremendous job.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comments.
In your 7 years, you have 1 year to go, but it's probably the most important of all. So we congratulations to you. Flowers to you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
I love when people are hugging in chambers. That's a good trend. Lydia, I want to thank you for a couple of things that I see as your particular accomplishments in your years on council that I particularly noted. One of them was your, and I don't think a lot of people know this, founding of and supporting through the years the diversity events in Barron Park neighborhood. There's been a whole slew of them starting years ago where tons of people show up either at Bull Park or Barron Park Elementary multipurpose room and just one culture after another in our neighborhood, after another, the food, the event, the fun, the dancing, all of it. And I want to thank you for that because I wish that could spread all over this city. And you were the champion of that. The other thing, and people sometimes do not understand this or know it or ignore it, you were the pioneer and the foremost advocate for greater renter protections in this town starting years ago. Colleagues' memos, Councilman Burt helped with that, and people that are no longer on the council. You stayed with it and with it and with it until we finally got things. Other people, we had enough council members to get it passed. And I want to recognize you and thank you for that. Lastly, I want to say kind of what Terry Holzheimer was saying, Teacher Terry, that you bring a great deal of heart. You brought a great deal of heart to being mayor. It's a little bit indescribable, but it was palpable. You were very warm to people when they came to you for constituency services, if they were upset, if there was something emotional going on. I saw this, but also your warmth and sweetness showed through. So I want to thank you and congratulations, Mayor Stone and Vice Mayor Lowing. And
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comments. Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram J.
Well, Lydia, congratulations for your service. You know, when I met you in person before you were mayor, Bowles Park, you were gracious to myself and my son. I thank you for that. Thank you for your extraordinary work in emergency services in the city. I'm saddened by the fact that you've never apologized for your attack on the NAACP when you said that they were wrong and misguided, and the NAACP was tarnishing their reputation by trying to open up Foothills Park. And of course, that happened, and it's worked out well, and you need to apologize for that. Also, I'm disappointed, very disappointed, when there's been so many people that have called for a resolution in support of a ceasefire in Gaza.
Mr. James, we are currently on item 3, resolution
but
expressing
I'm talking about-
appreciation. So if you have
excuse me.
comments on that, you can wait until the end of the agenda.
I'm talking about Lydia's term.
Okay, keep it related to that.
I'm sorry. Yes, it is. I was disappointed that you as mayor chose not to take on that hard issue. I don't care where you stand. That's great if you want to stand with Israel, a genocidal state, but let the issue come before the public. You could have managed that with the city manager so we could have an open, robust conversation on this critical topic that is tearing our community apart, and you dodged it. You dodged it. And I saw you punish people, speakers, limit the time of somebody unnecessarily to 1 minute when you didn't like the topic. And what about that clapping thing? You guys were clapping here tonight for yourselves, but we can't clap in support of somebody when it doesn't disrupt the meeting. I hope, Lydia, that you will support a ceasefire in Gaza, that you will condemn the genocide that's going on as a city council.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Lydia.
Darlene Yapley, I'm the president and co-founder of the national group Aviation Impacted Communities Alliance and also the Concerned Residents of Palo Alto. Congratulations, Mayor Stone, and congratulations, Vice Mayor Ed Lowing. I am thrilled to have worked with Lydia over many years, and I think there's a lot of things she does behind the scene that is really spectacular. And I think working with multiple cities is not easy. I mean, we all talk about it, but it's a lot of heavy lifting and relationship building. And I don't think we all realize, I'm sure many of you do these things behind the scenes, but tremendous dedication, tremendous tenacity, get the ball over the finish line, being willing to speak up. This is what we're missing on behalf of our representatives in the entire United States, is people that truly represent their citizens and try to do the right thing. So this is a heartfelt thank you. And I know all of you are going to step up and do the same, but thank you, Lydia. This is your day.
Our next speaker is Rebecca E.
Thanks again, personal capacity. The point of this measure is to endorse the statement in favor of commending former Mayor Lydia Ku, and I would like to join others in commending her for her hard work. I say this might be surprising to some because sometimes I disagree with former Mayor Ku. Where I'm from, as I said earlier, what's important to me is integrity and courage, as stated by Isabel Wilkerson in her book Cast. I think those are great benchmarks, and I cannot contest that the passionate former mayor has great integrity and courage, and she stands up strongly for her views Sometimes I disagree with them, but as a Jewish person, I actually was raised with one of the Jewish commandments many of us believe is that we're supposed to struggle with our strong beliefs and opinions. We're supposed to disagree actively. You know, we're supposed to struggle with reaching the truth, including the existence of God. And such an important topic. So I welcome former Mayor Ku's approach to disagreement. She has been very kind on a personal level. And actually, I think it matters that former Mayor Ku is a woman. You know, I think that does guide her perception of and her experience in life, as is the fact that she's a person of color. And there aren't statistics about this, but that's just kind of what I guess. And I think it guides it in a positive direction with empathy and with courage. So thank you, Ms. Ku. And I also just quickly want to agree with the first speaker who offered her gratitude for your strong stance in support of Jewish Palo Altans. We are facing an existential moment, and it is scary out here. So thank you. That means a lot.
Thank you, and we will bring it back to the dais for any congratulatory remarks. Councilmember, there we go, all went up at the same time. Councilmember Burt.
I think this is one of those occasions where everything's been said, but not everybody's said it. So I would just echo the many comments that we've heard from the public. Lydia leads with her empathy and caring for every member of the community, and it guides everything that she does. So thank you again for your service.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I had some lovely notes written up about former Mayor Ku, and my computer died, so I'm just going to speak from the heart. No, I think, like Councilmember Burt said, a lot has been said about your heart, your empathy, your compassion, your sincere caring for the community, your work ethic, all of the things that we admire about you and that make these people love you. And I've really appreciated the way you've led us on council this year with a grace and a stature that is so becoming of the office. And so thank you for that. I also want to personally thank you because as a new council member last year, and we got our committee assignments, and then I decided I wanted to apply to be appointed by the Cities Association to the positions that were mentioned tonight, the County Commission and the Air District. And I knew that might be sort of a big ask, especially because there were a couple of incumbents for one of them. And you were a real source of support to me. Not only did you speak up for me, but just knowing that you supported those applications meant a great deal to me. So thank you so much for helping me obtain those offices and opportunities. I'm very, very grateful. So anyway, thank you for your service.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thank you. Our org chart is absolutely correct. And you run your city council life according to that org chart. With tonight, a final reminder as you're leaving that don't forget my org chart. And not only do I appreciate it, I think we appreciate it, but I believe that Lydia has become sort of the poster child in the community for somebody who's very resident focused. They know that she believes in what they need, and that's what she's going to fight for. And I do mean fight in a dogged kind of way. Secondly, I don't know quantitatively how you get this work done that you've gotten done, because you just are on constant committees and constant, even before you were mayor, but constant speeches and so on. So I went out and did some external research to see how you could get this thing done. And what your husband said is, no, she doesn't sleep. So, because I specifically had that conversation, how does she fit this into all the hours? And it doesn't sleep that much. So the city benefits from your sacrifice and has benefited this year from your sacrifice. I too would like to echo Councilmember Baker's comment that I believe you have led this year's council with grace and with courage and with a strong gavel at the right times under some very difficult circumstances. So I'm just proud that you were our mayor and I had a chance to work with you in this capacity. So thank you very, very much.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Koo, former mayor, what I'd like to say, in addition to the gratitude that I have already expressed tonight, and I join all my colleagues and the residents in the words of accolades for you, I want to say something that I think is important for the residents of our city to hear. When I was running a year and a half ago, my positions were probably not necessarily aligned with yours all the time. It's fair to say. And I landed here on your council and our council. And from the minute I was sworn in, I felt your embrace. I felt you were welcoming me to be one of 7. And you made room for me to be me, allowing me to serve on committees that matter to me, and giving me opportunities to say the things that I might want to say. And you welcomed me and joined me to this group. There's a sense in the city that there's discord on the council. To whatever extent that has been true in the past, Mayor Lydia Koo presided over an incredibly congenial group. It was your leadership and the willingness of the 6 of us to be about that as well. And I'm not sure how transparent that is based on what the papers report and whatnot. I want everybody listening in the room and watching now and later to know that under your leadership, we have been committed to collegiality and cooperation, and everyone brings their own perspective and we're not in cahoots with one another, but we have prioritized doing what's best for the city. And it's been an incredible year. And you've set the stage for another incredible year, because here we are, still the same 7 group of people now under the leadership of Mayor Stone and Vice Mayor Lowing. So here's to what you have set in motion and to what the 7 of us will go on to do on behalf of the city in the coming year. I salute you, I appreciate you, and I'm grateful for your leadership.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, Councilmember Koo, I also want to thank you for your service. Definitely there are things that we agree on, things we don't agree on. But one thing I could say about you is, despite that, I think you all strive to give people equal airtime. And I think that's important, because a lot of people couldn't do that or would not do that. I also felt that you also had your heart in the right place. And I've had a chance to sit next to you many times, and I see what a hard worker you are. You work really, really hard on trying to do the right thing. So we both got elected together. So we've been together now for 7 years. And I was I think the only one that supported you for vice mayor first time, and I'm glad I did. And second time around, and as mayor, and I'm glad I did. And I think the city's better off because of that. So thank you.
Great. I've already talked several times about my appreciation. I just thought kind of 2 things that really stick in my mind about your leadership this year that just speaks volumes to who you are. First, a month, 2 months ago, when we had the string of just racist Zoom bombers. And I think we could all probably agree that was the most difficult and troubling time as a council member, at least that I've experienced. And you took that fight on like a knight on top of their powerful steed. And I think we all felt so safe with you leading us at that time. And that was a challenge that nothing can prepare you for. But you handled it, again, with such grace and courage. And the second one, it's just a story that I don't think many people are likely aware of because of the type of person you are. During our massive storms about a year ago, Lydia was out there in the middle of the rain, filling up sandbags, helping residents, giving them kind of direction and resources. And after the rains had subdued, she walked around to homes checking on residents who were impacted by the floods. And probably none of you know about that because Lydia did not contact the press. She did not post all this on social media. She didn't do it for any type of political advantage or accolades. She just did it because she's a good person. And that's something that no one will ever be able to take away from you, just your incredible heart and compassion. And I agree, you were the right person for the right moment for this council. And just so grateful that you are not going anywhere, that we have you for another year. But thank you for your leadership. And thank you. And we do need a motion because this is a resolution. But first, Lydia, did you want to make, and would you like to make any comment before we move on, before we go to the motion?
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for being here, and for my colleagues for all the wonderful comments you made, as well as to the members of the public. Darlene, thank you. Terry, thank you. Everybody, thank you so much. I started off the year as mayor with the New Year Eve's wind, rainstorms that led to flooding. And it was a wake-up call to the city and to the residents that we all have a part in ensuring safety of lives and our homes and our businesses. While there's still work to get our bridges over San Francisco Creek rebuilt, the City Public Works Department has been addressing the flooding within the neighborhoods. This winter, before the first storms came through, as I was driving through the neighborhoods, I saw our Public Works crew clearing out the drains, working to ensure that we don't experience what we had experienced the year before. After the storms, I drove around to check for flooding, and I saw residents raking away the debris from the drains and to keep the drains unclogged. Public Works had also been retrofitting some of the drains so it doesn't flood again. So they have been working at it. And we did it all together to ensure safety and health for us. We were also joined at the beginning of the year, we were also joined by 3 new council members where I had to learn their different work styles and to be able to pivot in order to incorporate the different styles and ethics, which involved a lot of listening, observing, and learning. Thank you for the opportunities, Councilmember Vinker, Vice Mayor Lowing, and Councilmember Lifcott-Hames. We also experienced a huge shock when we received our utility bills at the beginning of the year. The amounts that were not just high, but extremely high for gas and electric. It was just not acceptable to gouge users that way, especially during the coldest time of the year. So I took the opportunity to attend the National League of Cities Conference in Washington, D.C. to advocate and to do some lobbying. I met with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Chief of Staff, Ronan Goldstone, to discuss the city's experience with natural gas price hikes. I also asked for an investigation, and investigations take a very long time, and it could take as long as over a year. So I will be monitoring that since we have been past a year now. I also visited the office of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, to discuss the city's specific funding and policy priorities, including the city's congressionally directed spending request for infrastructure funding to help redevelop the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. That's on its way. I also visited the office of Senator Alex Padilla, met with his top transportation policy advisor, Mr. Sam Mahood, to discuss grade separation projects and airplane noise issues impacting our city. I also met with Representative Anna Eshoo and shared the city's priorities, and also listened to Representative Eshoo share information about the resources available for transportation infrastructure projects as a result of the bipartisan infrastructure law. I want to thank our lobbyists, state and federal, Townsend Political Agency for helping me arrange all these meetings on behalf of the city of Palo Alto. Also, during the beginning of the year, we mourned and still mourn the people who lost their life in mass shootings. Monterey Park, Half Moon Bay, Oakland. These are just some of the cities that are closer to us than we know. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there has been over 627 mass shootings in the United States. We have to have better control of our gun laws. I want to thank the natural environmentalists who advocated for the bay and marshlands to act as the critical barriers between the rising tides and our homes, protecting property and infrastructure against flooding. These natural means of protection also absorb carbon dioxide from the air. These are the benefits we get, but because of their action and my support of nature, goodness gracious, I was able to meet the President of the United States, President Joe Biden. What a privilege it was. I believe it is my once in a lifetime thing. I want to tell you a story of that meeting. At the meeting after the speeches, someone said, "President, shall we take a selfie?" Which the president said yes to. Two men who are elected representatives blocked me from being included in the selfie. President Biden observed this and said, "Let's make sure the mayor is in this picture." I will never forget this gesture of inclusiveness from President Biden, and shall do my best to incorporate this lesson to myself. President Biden is observant, kind, thoughtful, and intelligent. This year, I had an opportunity to work with Neighbors Abroad. Neighbors Abroad fosters Palo Alto's domestic and international engagement through friendship, education, commerce, and sustainability. We've had the pleasure to meet many different cities, our sister city representatives, and it was a pleasure. I want to thank Neighbors Abroad for opening that door for me. I also want to thank the first gentleman of Palo Alto, John St. Clair III, who accompanied me to so many events and was a perfect first gentleman. Please give your assistance to the new First Lady. I am grateful that La Comida was able to have a space at Avenidas, the city's senior center, so that the patrons could get out of the elements. However, being in the hallway and in a tent was not easy. They weren't really out of the elements. I will continue to be involved in ensuring all seniors are treated unbiasedly. I do believe that we have a lot of work in the area of economic development, especially developing a strategic plan with our many partners. Again, going back to the city's organizational chart, it's a reminder why and who we do this job for, the residents of Palo Alto. I want to thank the neighbor associations, Palo Alto neighborhoods, and all the other associations in our city. Our residents are the souls building our community, and I'll continue fighting for people's voices to be a fierce advocate for preserving democracy or a feisty foe of Sacramento's overreach. I'll be continuing to do so. I want to thank the city clerk and her office, city manager and his office, and his departments, city attorney and her office, all of the lead department chiefs and directors for all of their support of my mayorship. I want to say that there has been hate speeches and divisiveness, including tragedies and atrocities happening in the world. And I want to take this time to remind everyone of the following resolution introduced and passed in December 12th of 2016. The resolution is the resolution of the Council of the City of Palo Alto to reaffirm Palo Alto's commitment to a diverse, supportive, inclusive, and protective community. Palo Altans value a community characterized by diversity, multiculturalism, and unity embodied in our national motto. I think Vice Mayor Stone, you're going to help me with this Latin word, e pluribus unum. I got it. It's for many and one. And Palo Alto's community spirit is one of protection and support, with many Palo Altans active as volunteers in preparing for and responding to emergencies, both natural and man-made, and ensuring the physical and emotional needs of all are considered and met wherever possible. And each person is naturally and legally entitled to live a life unmolested by harassment, discrimination, persecution, or assault, whether perpetuated by individuals, groups, businesses, or government. And there exists significant and growing concern in our community based upon recent national and regional incidents of hate crimes, discrimination, sexual harassment, and assault, and fear of a trend toward more of these crimes in the future. And there also exists considerable concern in our community of risks to marginalized communities of persecution, deportation, denial of constitutional and human rights, and relaxation of national laws, protecting people from discrimination, harassment, and assault. And many Palo Altans, including a large number of students, have recently, well, then it was recent, had marched, peacefully rallied, and otherwise communicated their rejection of bigotry and affirmed their commitment to diverse, supportive, inclusive, and protective community. And Palo Altans value all members of our community of all religions, ancestries, and ethnicities, as well as people of any disability, gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity. And now, therefore, the Council of the City of Palo Alto takes this opportunity to reinforce our commitment to a diverse, supportive, inclusive, and protective community, and resolves as follows. The City of Palo Alto rejects bigotry in all its forms, including but not limited to Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, racism, nativism, misogyny, and homophobia. And the City of Palo Alto does not tolerate discrimination, hate crimes, harassment, or assault. And the City of Palo Alto will oppose any attempts to undermine the safety, security, and rights of members of our community. And the City of Palo Alto recognizes, values, and will proactively work to ensure the rights and privileges of everyone in Palo Alto, regardless of religion, ancestry, country of birth, immigration status, disability, gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity. And the City of Palo Alto will promote actual safety, a sense of security, and equal protection of constitutional and human rights, leading by example through equitable treatment of all city officials and departments. And that was introduced and passed December 12, 2016, under the mayorship of Mayor Pat Burt. And with that, I want to say thank you for the honor and for your trust in me as mayor for 2023.
Thank you. And I will now open it up for motions.
I will move approval of the proclamation.
Second.
Wonderful. Councilmember Burt, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think everything's been said. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames? Same. Wonderful. Any discussion? Not seeing any. Let's take the vote.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes. for
Councilmember
this.
Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
I hope it's okay if I say yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. And should we do a photo? Because I have your resolution and well, that concludes the action items that we have tonight, but we still have general public comment for anything that is not on the agenda. Before we begin, though, it appears like we do have many speakers. So I'd like to invite the members of the public to excuse themselves if they'd like to enjoy light refreshments in the lobby. We here will take a short break in order for the chamber, for members of the public to excuse themselves and exit the chamber. For those interested in speaking, please be sure to have your speaker cards submitted or your hand raised on Zoom prior to our turn on break, so that we'll be able to know how many speakers we have. And yes, and then we'll come back. To get started now. So if everyone can find their seats. And I would just like to say a few house cleaning matters before we begin. First, we have many speakers, I believe. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have right now? How many speakers?
We currently have 46
Okay.
speakers.
So because we have 46 speakers, which I think is the first for at least this past year, we will be limiting speaker time to 1 minute each. I also want to just address some rumors that have spread throughout the community. We do not have on tonight's agenda, nor any future agenda, any ceasefire resolution or any resolution related to the conflict. And finally, I do recognize that this is an emotionally charged subject for everyone. I want to just respectfully remind everyone in the chambers and at home that while you are entitled to peacefully express your opinions during your allotted speaking time, we have rules for our meetings, and I will not tolerate any bullying or jeering. And if you are disrupting the meeting, you will be asked to leave. We also ask that people in the audience do not applaud or boo after speakers, just so that everyone feels safe and intimidated. I know there was applause in the regular part of the meeting that is outside of our norm, given the celebratory nature of what we were just discussing, understanding that is not what's going to probably happen. Now, again, everyone has the right to express their views in a safe space, and this will be a safe space. So just want to kind of set those expectations. And with that, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Our first speaker is Rebecca S.
First and most importantly, I just want to say thank you to Councilman Cowell for her service in the community and on the City Council. And congratulations to you, Mayor Stone, and Vice Mayor Lowing. My name is Rebecca Stolpa. My husband, Ben, and I have lived in Palo Alto since 1973. We have raised 3 children here, all attended Palo Alto Public Schools. Neither Ben nor I are Jewish. In the past, we worked in the schools and volunteered in many leadership capacities, as has been, specifically as president of the Law Committee for 3 years. We, and more importantly, you have devoted your lives to this community. I thank you for your service. As you know from your efforts on the council, building community is difficult and tireless work. Your focus on initiatives that have fostered inclusivity and open dialogue amongst and across segments of our community has been important and vital. The proposed resolution for a ceasefire in the Hamas-Israeli war could be just that. It could be a spark.
Your time is up. Please make your final statement.
Fracture our community. I encourage you not to move forward with any proposals that will do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noel S.
Hi, my name is Noel Sanborn. I'm a 25-year resident. I'd like to thank you for having the ground rules. As former Mayor Koo mentioned, been a number of mass shootings in this area, and after every one of the mass shootings in this country, we have the Republicans saying, you know, their hearts and prayers go out to the victims. And now we're seeing exactly the same thing happening in the Middle East, where our government is saying, oh, Israel, please, you know, show respect to the people of Gaza. But then they send them more bombs. We send them more money. We vote them $14 billion more. We are begging more than half of our population, more than half the voters in America, want a ceasefire. But our representatives in Washington refuse to do that for us. So that's why we're here today to ask at the local level, because as was said earlier, Palo Alto is well known globally as a leader, as a thought leader in this country. We're asking you to please put on your agenda a motion for a ceasefire in Gaza. There have been 90,000 casualties so
Your
far.
time is up.
Thank
Please
you.
wrap up your
You know,
comments.
killed, injured, and over almost 2 million homeless. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas T.
So as a reminder, please keep applause or boos to yourself.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tom Thierry. I'm an ophthalmologist. I've lived in Palo Alto for 30 years. I practice on El Camino, 3 kids through the public schools here, deep ties to the community. I've come here tonight to urge the City Council to enact a ceasefire resolution. Every day I see horrific images of atrocities that are occurring in Gaza, and it pains me that our government is not just permitting the atrocities to happen, we're actively providing the weapons that Israel is using to commit the crimes. How can it be that we as a people support such evil policies? The answer is that we don't. The answer is our government is ignoring the will of the people. Have you ever thought about how ordinary people in Nazi Germany could have sat silently by while the Holocaust was happening? I've been to Rwanda to do volunteer medical work, and when I visited the Genocide Museum in Kigali, I was struck by how the slaughter there was allowed to happen with barely a peep from the international community. As an empathetic human being, I feel utterly helpless, but there is something we can do. Together, we can send a message to our national leaders that we want the bloodshed to end. A resolution from our City Council won't change American foreign policy.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comments.
But if we can pass a resolution that says stop the killing, we can set the ball in motion. Please, I'm begging you, pass a resolution that says no more killing, not in our name, never again for anybody, ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Michelle H.
Bilal Anwar Muhammad Al-Astar, age 1. Farah Muhammad Abdullah Shaheen, age 2. Marie Ihab Darwish Gouda, age 5. Jamal Salim Muhammad Baraka, age 13. These are just 4 of the 10,000 Palestinian children who have been killed by bombs dropped on Gaza in the past 3 months, bombs largely funded by US taxpayers. I'm the mother of 4 children, and they are my everything. These children are another mother's everything, their whole world. They are not and should never be spoken of or treated as disposable, as acceptable collateral damage. I am here tonight to ask again our City Council to urgently agendize and pass a ceasefire resolution, and I don't appreciate that it was already taken off the table by our new mayor. Palo Alto is a small city with outsized influence. We pay more taxes than most, making our complicity in funding the assault on Gaza greater than almost anywhere in the nation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Talha B.
Good evening, Council. I am a resident of Palo Alto for the last 10 years. I'm married and we're raising our 1-year-old here in the city of Palo Alto. As many of you have said tonight, Palo Alto has an outsized impact in this state and in this country and across the world. And it is extremely important that you send a message that the people of Palo Alto do not support what is happening. It is not a message that is anti-Semitic, it is not anti-Jewish, it is pro-humanity, pro-life. Every day for the last 93 days, my wife and I wake up before our daughter and we look at our phones to see what has happened in Gaza while we slept in our warm beds. Today, just today, I will give you 2 examples. The first is a mother and her son were walking across the street and the mother was sniped and shot. She fell to the ground. The son ran back to the crowd. They were waving white flags and we don't know what happened to the mother, whether she survived or not. The second, and I will wrap up with this, is that there were 6 teenage young boys running out of their home in the West Bank. 3 of them were shot, 3 ran back in their homes, and horrifically,
your time is up. Please make your final statement.
The military vehicle approached the body of one of the young boys, okay? And I want you to listen to this very carefully. Tried to run it over, dragged the body for 6 feet. You can see this all on camera. The blood spews. It runs over with its front tire and then its rear tire. This happened in the last 24 hours. Please send a message that you do not support this, that the people of Palo Alto support humanity.
Thank you. And a reminder, we have set our speaking time to 1 minute. Please respect the 1 minute. When the clerk says wrap up your comments, that means wrap the sentence up, not to continue your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori M.
Hi, I'm Lori Myers. I've lived in Palo Alto for 30 years, and all of us, all moral people, mourn the loss of the life of innocent people. But I am still so grateful that you've not taken any action related to a ceasefire. The reason I said action and not resolution is that even the discussion of a ceasefire by city councils has caused huge division, anger, hate, pain, and fracturing in every Bay Area city where it's come up. In the Oakland City Council meeting about a ceasefire, for example, speakers supporting a ceasefire were literally stating that, quote, Israel murdered their own people on October 7th. That's Holocaust denial 2024. We don't want Holocaust denial here in these chambers. The Oakland menorah was soon desecrated after that and thrown into Lake Merritt. Can you imagine our Palo Alto menorah thrown into the bay? All of you have worked so hard on inclusion and unity in Palo Alto. Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, City Council members, please keep doing what you're doing, bringing us together and not considering resolutions
Your
that will
time is
divide
up.
our
Please
city.
wrap up your
Thank you.
comments. Our next speaker is Allison R.
Sorry. I'm Allison Rose, and I speak as a private citizen. I've been a Jewish resident of Palo Alto for 18 years. First and foremost, I'm deeply grateful for the moving and prompt statement of Councilmember Koo and the council during the October 7th attacks. I heard the warmth, compassion, and support for my community and for all of us who suffer, all who suffer in the Israel-Hamas war. In contrast, the ceasefire resolution that leaves in place Hamas and that is advocated by many surrounding communities is frightening and divisive. It is not in the purview of the city government. The federal government is responsible for foreign policy. I look forward to the leadership of Greer Stone and Ed Lowing, who I know will show courage in fighting anti-Semitism and threats of violence against our Jewish and Israeli citizens here in Palo Alto. Palo Alto must be a haven for each of us, and we Jews and Israelis are horrified and confused by the rampant anti-Semitism following the October 7th massacre that Hamas has promised will
Your
recur.
time is up. Please wrap up your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sonita DC.
Hello, Council. I represent myself tonight. I'm an infectious disease scientist who has lived, worked, and paid taxes in Palo Alto for almost 2 years now. Most days you can find me in a hazmat suit, learning how we can fight some of the deadliest viruses on the planet. And yet, even after a pandemic, my work has never been more useless than it does now, because it is clear to me inaction and dehumanization, especially from public servants, is by far the deadliest pathogen on earth. This council has an opportunity to work to protect Palestinian and Israeli lives from this dehumanization by calling for an end to the cycle of violence being perpetuated by Israel's relentless bombardment of Gaza. I plead with this council to pass a resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine and to recognize that criticism of a government and dehumanizing policies is not a threat, but a healthy sign of democracy. We live in a backwards world where those with the most decision-making power are too far removed from the consequences of those decisions. History is watching. Use your influence until those who can end this cycle of trauma use theirs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zach M.
Hi, my name is Zach Myers, and I've lived in Palo Alto for my entire life. When I was getting ready to come here to speak today, I wanted to wear a jacket with a Jewish star. My mom told me that I should not because I don't want to be a target. This is a sad testament to the hateful and pervasive speech that has flooded our community even before the October 7th massacre, but especially afterwards. I urge you to please not introduce any resolution related to a ceasefire in the Israel and Hamas war. October 7th was a traumatic day for Jews worldwide, being the single most deadly day for Jews since the Holocaust. What is even more painful and more offensive are calls for a ceasefire, which imply that us Jews do not have the right to defend ourselves, and we should simply ignore the thousands of innocent Jews who were raped, beheaded, burned, tortured, and murdered in cold blood. We know you value the inclusive and welcoming community of Palo Alto. Please do not allow our city to be fractured with divisive, one-sided resolutions that don't focus on the business of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shiri R.
Hi, my name is Sherry Roth. I've been a Palo Alto resident for almost 50 years. I want to thank the council for keeping our city safe, clean, and friendly. I trust that you will continue to focus on city business and avoid foreign policy issues such as the ceasefire resolution that is being hoisted on several other Bay Area cities as well. We have seen over and over again how such resolutions do not advance city interests and only serve to create division, encourage hate speech, and foster unsafe environments for all. Thank you so much for your hard work keeping Palo Alto an outstanding city to live in. And if I have more time. And in response to other speakers, the Israel-Hamas war will come to an end when Hamas surrenders and releases the over 150 Israeli hostages still being held in Gaza. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Albert B. Albert B. We'll move to our next speaker, Natalie B. Natalie B. Our next speaker is Brian L.
I am a student at Stanford and local voter. I'm a child of Chinese immigrants whose ancestors faced displacement during the Imperial Japanese occupation of China and underwent famine, and my heart breaks for those in Gaza undergoing displacement and famine. Last year, I was a math teacher at a Title I high school in the Bay Area, and it is clear to me that our diverse youth also stands with those in Gaza undergoing genocide. I urge this council to join us in call for a ceasefire in Gaza. We need to end our complicity. We're in the heart of Silicon Valley, home to tech workers. We allow this actively. We're not just an observer. The machine learning we study is used to make machines of murder. We make bombs for the military. Lockheed Missiles is nearby. That allows Israel's atrocity, produces jets that fly, drops bombs on Gaza's territory so tens of thousands die. We're in the heart of Silicon Valley, home to computing and AI. Google Cloud Technology powers and provides Project Nimbus, which secretly helps Israel to spy, collect data illegally, build settlements, and occupy. As reported by Amnesty, Israel commits apartheid. Human Rights Watch found that Meta would censor and would hide media in Gaza reporting on the genocide. It's a genocide undeniable. Israel calls for it with no shame. Join a city council to say not in our name. Will you be a coward or will you take a stand? You will influence and power. Gaza's blood is on our hands.
Our next speaker is Jessica K.
Whoa. Hi, my name is Jessica Kohler. I've spent the last decade of my life working with the children and students of Palo Alto. In Gaza, over 12,000 children have been murdered, more than 9,000 children remain injured, and at least 1,000 have undergone amputations. New Mayor Greer, you explained that the suicide epidemic that plagued our adolescent community was what inspired you to engage in local government. My brother, a former gun student, died by suicide 7 years ago at the age of 18. I know the trauma of losing him and the years of shared trauma that led to his death, but it is hard to hear about community mental health as our tax dollars are funding genocide that targets children's schools and hospitals. Nowhere is more traumatizing for a child to grow up than in Gaza. This genocide is being live streamed on our phones, and I am here to say that calling for a ceasefire is not radical. It is the bare minimum. And as someone who's spent 10 years dedicating my life to caring for the children and families of Palo Alto, I implore you to do the minimum to advocate for the protection of the children and families of Gaza. Please open a resolution for a ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Sabah I.
Good evening. My name is Saba Islam, and I'm the only Muslim therapist at Stanford University's Counseling Center. It has been heartbreaking sitting across from some of the most brilliant students I have ever had the privilege of working with, both Jewish and Muslim, while their souls are shattered by the genocide in Palestine. These students are braver than most of us, able to discern between right and wrong, truth and propaganda, and oppressed from oppressor. They don't hesitate to protest, proudly wearing their keffiyehs on campus and sustain the longest sit-in in history at Stanford. They do this all while many of them come from families that too have experienced genocide and messaging that their lives are disposable, or as one student described, cannon fodder. Their own generational trauma is activated as entire bloodlines are decimated in Gaza. Many students don't feel safe on campus as instances of anti-Arab hate skyrocket, resulting directly from the violence permitted against Palestinians overseas. I urge you to agendize a resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine, as this is the socially just thing to do and the bare
Your
minimum.
time is up, please.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pamela M.
Dear council members, thank you for your time. As a youth representative, migrant, queer woman, and as a person from the Palo Alto and Stanford University community, I ask you to pressure Congress to demand a permanent immediate ceasefire by adopting a local ceasefire resolution. I haven't slept for 93 days. And this is relevant to us because the United States is supporting militarily the genocide in Palestine right now. This is a war against civilians. And if we cannot recognize this, we're not united as a community. We are already fractured because we don't value life equally. As I heard you state here today before all of us tonight that you're talking about racial and social justice, I please beg you to act upon it. Act upon your words. The communities in distress as we watch genocide being televised with no rewards for international law, all paid with our taxes. Other cities in the US have passed a ceasefire resolution, and I think we have to keep up. This is an urgent and local issue because we're inputting into this economy, into this through our labor, including the fact that HP and Lockheed Martin is present in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Layan S.
Yeah, thank you. When I walked in, I saw on a plaque written, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly." And I expect what was written as I entered the council to be used in the council. So as a Stanford affiliate and an Arab Muslim woman, I have personally been facing, for the first time since I came to the US, racism and hate attacks since the war, since the genocide began. I have personally had people tell me that I should be killed and I should be raped, me and my family. And this was done by Zionists, and we reported it to the police, to the university, and nothing happened. So I urge the council to hear our voices, a long-time marginalized and vulnerable community, to pressure the Congress to demand a permanent ceasefire, to allow all humanitarian aid to enter Gaza for food, water, electricity, fuel, medical aid.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comments.
To enter to Gaza. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sophia S.H.
Hi, I'm a voter living right off Sand Hill Road, and I want to know if my elected officials stand for human rights and will use your platform to do so. The situation in Palestine is dire, to put it mildly, and we can't afford to wait. The US government uses our taxpayer money to arm the Israeli military, and thereby we are all here responsible for the ongoing genocide of Palestinians. I'm here to ask you to introduce a resolution calling for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Layla T.
My name is Layla, and I'm a local voter and student at Stanford University. Every day that you are silent, every day that you don't act, more and more innocent Palestinians die and join the over 30,000 children, women, and men martyred. The least that you can do right now with the power that you have been given by us, the people, to represent us, the people, is to heed our cries for justice and add a ceasefire resolution to the next city council meeting agenda. I urge you all to resist the pressure put on you by Zionists and their shameful twisting of the narrative. It is not anti-Semitic or divisive to support ceasefire and Palestinian liberation. My sister is Jewish. Her father was born in Palestine in 1939 after his parents had migrated there from Europe. They initially believed the Zionist propaganda, but soon realized that the dream they were sold was in fact a lie and built upon the suffering of the land's indigenous people, the Palestinians. They refused to be part of Israel's violent settler colonial project and moved to the United States. And I urge for you to follow in the footsteps of these brave individuals, do what is right, and it begins with agendizing a ceasefire resolution now.
Our next speaker is Rupini.
Hello, my name is Rupini. I'm a student at Stanford and a member of the Palo Alto community. I and all people of conscience are watching with horror the genocide Israel is carrying out in Gaza, funded by our tax dollars. We demand a ceasefire resolution now. In South Africa's case, charging Israel with genocide, which will begin hearings in the ICJ this week, they fill 9 pages with statements made by Israeli officials which indicate clear genocidal intent towards 2.5 million Palestinians in Gaza, over half of whom are children. The silence of politicians here in the face of this dehumanizing rhetoric and indiscriminate slaughter of now 30,000 Palestinians in Gaza endangers Palestinians, Muslims, and Arabs right here in our communities. This council, which had no trouble condemning Hamas in October, will not be remembered kindly by history if you continue to remain silent on this genocide. You have an opportunity now to stand with your constituents on the right side of history.
Your time is up. Please make your final statement.
Agendizing and passing a ceasefire resolution is the bare minimum. We as a community demand no more U.S. tax dollars for Israeli war crimes, an end to the siege on Gaza,
Your time is up. Please
and
make your
illegal
final
settlements in the West
statement.
Bank, and a free Palestine.
Our next speaker is SDG.
Good evening. My name is Esti Greif. I'm living in Palo Alto since 1989. I immigrated to the US 1984, first lived in Evanston. I have 3 children. I raised them in Palo Alto. They went preschool to Palo Alto School District. I'm here to ask you to please not to introduce any resolution related to a ceasefire in Hamas war against Israel. This resolution was rejected by Foster City, Alameda, and Berkeley. I ask you to do the same. This is foreign issue, a complicated geopolitical issue. You have other issues related to Palo Alto, as you mentioned before. This is what we have to invest
Your
our
time is up. Please make your final statement.
I raised here 3 kids. They had Egyptian friends. My daughter, Escondido School has international.
Your time is up. Please make your final statement.
Okay, I'm saying that here in Palo Alto, it's a melting pot. We are living together. We learn to.
Great, thank you. We
live
just ask that you
together.
respect the time,
Thank
and
you.
I will give a gentle reminder. We have a 1-minute time limit. Please keep your remarks within 1 minute. Okay.
Our next speaker is Kunal S.
Hi, my name is Kunal. I'm an Eagle Scout and I was born and raised here. I'm here to ask you, when in the last half century has opposing a war harmed a politician's career in perpetuity? When I think about Lyndon B. Johnson, we don't remember the sweeping Great Society social reforms or his work in the civil rights movement. We remember him for Vietnam. We remember him for warmongering, a permanent stain tied to his memory. On the other hand, nowadays, politicians tout opposing the war in Iraq after 9/11, another horrific terrorist attack, as a medal of their moral clarity, implying that they knew what was happening, that they are independent thinkers, and they can see through a level of wartime propaganda. For these politicians, opposing the war 20 years ago continues to pay off dividends in the public eye as their political careers progress. I am here today handing you an opportunity to do the same.
Your time is up. Please make your final statement. Thank you. Our next speaker is Avro S.
Greetings, City Council members. I hope you're all doing well.
My name is Avro Shah, and I'm a freshman at the Palo Alto High School. I'm here today as a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to appreciate the work the City Council has done to work towards an 80% greenhouse gas emissions reductions. We've explored housing projects and promoted hot water heat pumps through this year, and the progress we've seen has been exemplary. But 2023 was an equally crazy year. We saw devastating and endless rains, winds, and flooding that resulted in property damage and power outages. We saw houses literally smashed in half by fallen trees. We saw 5 dead in the Bay Area from falling trees in a storm. Dangerously flooded backyards and roads to the extent that many people, including my family, were forced to stay inside and did not want to risk going outside. It is more than evident that we need to do something
Your
about
time
this,
is
and we
up.
can.
Please say your final statement.
Please set climate change or sustainability as your #1 priority for 2024. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia Z.
Good evening, City Council members. I hope you are doing well. I'm Julia Zeitlin, and I'm the co-founder of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. So we would like to take a moment to thank the council and former Mayor Koo, Mayor Stone for your leadership and care for the Palo Alto community. And we would specifically like to honor and appreciate the sustainability work that the council and city has taken on this past year. We would like to acknowledge your approval of the SCAP 3-year work plan, a carbon neutrality by 2030 goal, and further progress made on the heat pump water heater program, and the continued leadership from Councilmember Rinker and Councilmember Burt on the SCAP ad hoc committee. And so I'm here today to ask the council to reinforce your prioritization and support of bold climate action for the new year. Make 2024 the year Palo Alto makes headlines for pioneering new actionable pledges and creating new timelines that accelerate us into the future of sustainability. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Yulo Z.
Dear City Council members, I'm a resident in Crescent Park. I wrote a comment based on my experience being a grandkid of 3 grandparents that survived massacres in the World War II. But I don't think it's meaningful as your indifference to human lives has spoken. In this very chamber during the recession, I heard a community member in the audience saying that, excuse this horrendous quote, she says the existence of Muslims in the community is a threat to her safe space. This rampant hate I witnessed 2 feet away. What do you plan to do about these things? In front of also Mayor Stone, you said in your campaign that one of your greatest passions is social justice. Where is the human rights, social justice for Palestinians, Muslims, and Muslim passing community on your mind? Thank you. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is Regina S.
My name is Regina Saliba. I'm here to request that you pass a ceasefire resolution. I am a 34-year resident of Palo Alto, an Arab American, and an activist. I have participated in demonstrations against the U.S. involvement in the Iraq War, for LGBTQ issues in the Women's March, and for BLM. I have currently been vocal regarding the genocide happening in Gaza and to call for a ceasefire. In doing so, I received a message from my neighbor, and I quote, "You are anti-Semitic under the guise of protecting all humans. I will say it again, you are anti-Semitic, and I am embarrassed to have you as a neighbor." I took this as a threat. The objective was clearly to scare and intimidate me. It was to silence me. Oxfam, Doctors Without Borders, Human Rights Watch, and many, many other organizations have told us without a doubt that a humanitarian crisis is at hand, that there is a dire need for a ceasefire.
Your time is up. Please make your final statement.
I stand before you to search your conscience. The world has shown us what is happening in Gaza. Please take a stand on the right side of history and pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Boris.
Almost. Next time.
Hello, City Council members. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for the past 20 years and a proud product of the public school system. I will never be able to forget the nightmare of October 7th. We will never be able to wipe from our minds and souls the heartbreaking, horrifying images of rape, murder, beheading, and savagery, which Hamas recorded and proudly posted. This was the darkest day in Jewish history since World War II. Since then, Hamas has fired 12,000 rockets indiscriminately at Israeli civilians from Palestinian schools, mosques, and hospitals. But what makes it even worse is the attempt to rationalize or normalize Hamas by calling for a ceasefire. Hamas's own charter states that the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. In other words, the sole purpose of Hamas is the complete annihilation of the Jewish people. Hamas cannot be allowed to disregard and use their own people as human shields in their vile attempt to commit genocide from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Any calls for an absolute ceasefire fans the flames of conflict. It is a violation of both Palestinian and Israeli human rights.
Your time is up. Please make your final statement. Our next speaker is Alina D.
Hello, Palo Alto City Council. To Mayor Greer, Amar, and I extend our congratulations to you for this well-deserved honor. My name is Alina, and I have been a Palo Alto resident for 8 years. I wanted to share some words in support of a ceasefire resolution. I have extended family in Gaza. They owned a beautiful home and ran a successful restaurant there. It was all razed to the ground in early November last year. We didn't know how bad this war would get, so we were grateful that they came out of that experience alive at the time. Today, we are lucky if we get a WhatsApp message that reads, "I'm alive," every few days from them. They are still homeless and are now starving, as they are lucky if they get a slice of bread even once a day. The children are cold because they don't have jackets. Every night when I turn on my $300 heater that I got from Costco, I think of them. Okay, I think of them all the time. And I wonder what I did to deserve safety and warmth while they lost it all in minutes because of my tax dollars.
Your time is up. Please make a final statement.
Please vote for a ceasefire.
Our next speaker is Fred B.
Evening. Happy New Year. Thank you for your service. Congratulations to the new mayor and vice mayor. I came to speak on a different topic. I'm not going to discuss it here. It has to do with an article that was in the Weekly. I'll post my comments on Town Square tonight. Thank you for allowing so many people to speak today. And I'm glad that everybody who is speaking is here rather than not having the guts to come into the council. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sebastian D.
Hi, I've lived in Palo Alto for 10 years. I'm here to ask you to not bring a ceasefire resolution to our city. On October 7th, terrorists carried out a genocidal massacre. It was celebrated by Jew haters around the world and shamefully by many here. We all saw it. A call for ceasefire while terrorists still hold more than 100 innocent victims in a living hell will only embolden bigots and tear apart our community. Please help keep Palo Alto a diverse, inclusive community where everyone feels safe. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn. Lynn, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening. I'm a 30-year resident of Palo Alto. I'm proud to have made Palo Alto my family's home, in part because you, our city council leaders, have governed with sensitivity and for inclusivity. I understand you are being asked to put this resolution about the war in Israel on your agenda. I urge you not to. Our community is still reeling from hate-filled city council public commenters. Taking on a resolution like this will make things 100 times worse. Just look at what happened in Oakland when it opened the door to its ceasefire resolution. Over 250 people from all over the Bay Area showed up to that meeting in November, taking 6 hours to advance divisive, discriminatory comments, followed by weeks of property destruction, anti-Semitic hate crimes in their community and waterfront. Your charter tasked you to act on matters only when necessary and appropriate for the general welfare of Palo Alto residents on topics you are competent to tackle.
Your time is up.
Opining on a war a half
Please make your
world
final
away
statement.
is outside your charter and your purview. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
A lot of you know I've been taking on and literally I would call it an attack on Julie Lithcott Haynes for refusal to take a stand on the ceasefire. I had a very thoughtful conversation with her today. I'm going to forgive you, Julie, for your gratuitous attack on me earlier tonight. We'll put that aside because this is so much more important. You told me that you're hearing people tell you that even to say the word ceasefire is anti-Semitic. And you know this is weaponizing the term anti-Semitism. I'm a 75-year-old Jew that grew up in Palo Alto, and I'm going to tell you that you're creating an atmosphere of anti-Semitism that will never end. I'm saying this to my fellow Jews that are the Zionists, people like Rebecca Eisenberg, who I've lost as a friend because of this conversation. And so, Julie, we need to put this on the at least on the agenda and have a robust First Amendment decision. You all may turn down our request for a ceasefire, but I also know that the mayor knows under the First Amendment we need to have a First Amendment conversation. Vicky, you know that
Your as time
well.
is up. Please make a final
Very
statement.
much. Ceasefire now. Put the resolution on and let's discuss it, and then you can vote it down or you can pass it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mackenzie H.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie. I was born in Palo Alto and I've lived in the area the majority of my life. Today is day 93 of Israel's increased assault on occupied Gaza. Palestinians in Gaza are facing starvation, disease, displacement, and death. On your Palo Alto Human Relations Commission website, it states that the committee, quote, strives to create a community where civility, respect, and responsible actions are the norm. There is nothing civil, respectful, or responsible about Palo Alto remaining silent while tens of thousands of Palestinians are being killed and displaced with our tax dollars. As the death toll continues to climb towards 30,000, I can't imagine that the respectful and responsible thing to do would be anything less than passing a ceasefire resolution. I ask you to stand by the values of both your Human Relations Commission and the City of Palo Alto and agendize a ceasefire resolution immediately.
Our next speaker is RSM.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm a Palo Alto resident. I've had kids go through the public school district, and my comments are going to make things very, very clear for you. If you condemn the horrific attacks of October 7th, but do not condemn attacks on October 6th, October 5th, October 4th, and the attacks on October 8th, October 9th, October 10th, and every other day since 1948 by the Israeli apartheid regime, then you are inherently racist and you are inherently hateful. It's that simple. There is one regime between the Mediterranean River and the Jordan Sea that is brutalizing and subjugating people. It is an indisputable fact. If you do not know this, then look up the apartheid human rights fact-based articles from Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Beit Salam, which is an Israeli human rights organization. It is not anti-Semitic to say that there is a genocide going on by an apartheid regime. In fact, you are obligated to state so. And if you do not, you are inherently racist and hateful.
Your time is up. Please make your final statement.
You are equivalent to people who would not have spoken up about slavery, Jim Crow South, the Armenian genocide, or South Africa.
Your time is up.
You are those people unless you speak up. It's that simple, period.
Our next speaker is Deborah Lease M.
Hello, thank you. I'm recognizing everyone here on the council. Thank you for letting me speak. I have lived in Palo Alto since 1975. I want to recognize that we are on the Wimatush Ohlone land, and the indigenous people have known the sense of genocide for time immeasurable, and to be able to recognize that. I also want Mayor Stone, is that my doctorate is in post-traumatic growth and indigenous medicines. And I feel like what's happening now is causing so much trauma. And I would like to help support you in some type of work to support this community, because this is much worse than what happened during COVID. And so I would really like to see how we could work together, because I feel like if we heal each other and build bridges, but also recognize that—
Your time is up. Please make your final statement.
Okay. I'm here for you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Said.
Hi there. I'm a Palo Alto area resident for the past 5 years. In 1997, Palo Alto City Council Resolution 7715, barring the purchases from business in Myanmar and from those doing business with Burma. Since 2000, an estimated 13,000 Palestinian children have been detained by Israeli forces from the occupied West Bank and held in the Israeli military detention system. Israel has the dubious distinction of being the only country in the world that automatically and systematically persecutes children in military courts that lack fundamental fair trials and rights and protections. Israel persecutes between 500 to 700 Palestinian children in military courts each year. Josh Paul, former U.S. State Department official, said in an interview with CNN, followed a complaint by the U.S. State Department about the rape of a 15-year-old Palestinian boy in the detention center by Israeli forces, that instead of investigating the claim, the Israeli forces raided the Offices of Defense for Children and to seize equipment and designated it as a terrorist organization. Call for a ceasefire resolution.
Your time is up. Please make a final statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lebna.
Sorry. Okay. I want to say congratulations to the mayors. I went to Duvenik High School when it was called Green Gables a long time ago. All right. When it is so obvious how much empathy our community has for our kids when they're bullied, when they're in need of mental health care, and when they're injured, or honestly, when they're just having a bad day, I ask, have we all taken the time to see what the children of Gaza are going through? We are working so hard to make sure kids don't go hungry, treat them when they're physically injured, and offer mental health care, especially after COVID. Yet on the other side of the world, our tax dollars literally have done and are doing the exact opposite. Children are starving. Some have been literally blown to bits without limbs, without parents, or both, and with mental health trauma that will transcend generations. Children's organizations say 5-year-olds are contemplating suicide. When kids are asked, what do you want to be? They answer, if I live, all children are equal. This is a no-brainer and not complicated. Genocide is wrong.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Ceasefire.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so it's your moral and our moral obligation to call for a ceasefire now. The people in Gaza are starving. The apartheid state of Israel is not allowing food, water, or fuel to enter. So basic supplies, medical supplies, are not allowed into Gaza. Women who are giving birth through C-section are getting these C-sections done without anesthesia. All operations are done without anesthesia. And people are homeless, starving, and constantly getting bombarded with bombs and indiscriminate killing of civilians. This is really unacceptable in 2024. This must stop please support a ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Herschel.
Good evening. My family and I have lived in Palo Alto for over 30 years. I ask you to please not bring any ceasefire resolution to our city. Supporting this contentious resolution will not be inclusive, will not be unifying, but will instead bring more division and more anti-Semitism to Palo Alto. Our city does not need to weigh in on a complex war happening 7,000 miles away. We all want to see peace in the Middle East, but there is deep disagreement about the best way for that to be achieved. A ceasefire resolution will only cause unnecessary division in our city. Thank you for your service. Congratulations, Mayor Stone and Vice Mayor Lowen, and I appreciate your support of unity in our city by not introducing any ceasefire resolution.
Our next speaker is David Z.
Hi, my name is David Zalatimo, and I'm a Palestinian American. Many Israeli political and religious leaders have called for the annihilation of Gaza. The New York Times has reported that there have been more than 18,000 calls by journalists, retired military leaders, celebrities, and social media influencers to flatten, erase, and destroy Gaza. The defense minister of Israel called the people of Gaza human animals, and many people are aware of the Israeli prime minister's reference to Amalek, a biblical passage which calls for the extermination of men, women, children, and infants. This has an effect of normalizing the idea that the people of Gaza are animals and less than human and that they are expendable. When Muslim and Arab members of our community hear these racist calls and witness the hundreds of innocent Palestinians dying every day, they ask themselves whether our commitment to human rights applies to them. It makes a difference when our political leaders make a stand for human rights. A statement by the City Council to support a ceasefire is a statement in support of humanity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarit S.
Hi, my name is Sarit Shubi, and I've lived in Palo Alto for over 10 years. I ask you to please not consider bringing any ceasefire resolution to our city. No good can come from continuing on this path. As Palo Alto leaders, you cannot possibly have any impact on the war in the Middle East, but debating this highly volatile issue here will sow hatred and division locally. It will invite agitators into our city to spread their campaign of intimidation and terror on our Jewish and Palestinian neighbors. I think most of us are hurting for the innocent victims on both sides of this war and would like nothing more than to see permanent peace in the Middle East. But such a resolution will only cause unnecessary division in Palo Alto. Thank you for leading with empathy and continuing to build inclusion and unity in our dear city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cece.
Hello, I'm a registered voter and current Stanford student. I was born in Redwood City. I grew up 21 years in your ultra-competitive, ultra-pressurized Bay Area education system with your children in schools known for cheating and suicide. I'm part of your city's large immigrant community. As the child of Singaporeans, my family suffered the undeniable horrors and wretched war crimes under the Imperial Japanese Army during World War II. I feel sick watching the exact same war crimes that my family endured being turned upon Palestinians now. For every person in the room you sit in right now, there are multiple more rooms filled with the martyrs that your tax dollars have bombed to death. I think of the intense hatred for Japanese imperialist colonialism from Palo Alto's East and Southeast Asian communities, Palo Alto's large immigrant population whose families have suffered their own atrocities in World War II. We will remember you and will mobilize against those who fail to bring justice to Palestinians and their homeland. For council members to not put their full weight behind an immediate ceasefire resolution would be a complete betrayal of their duty towards their own constituents. We're asking you to do your duty.
Your time is up.
Palestine.
Our next speaker is Christina. Our next speaker is MM238.
Yes, I'm here. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. Esteemed council members, I'm a long-term resident of Palo Alto. I'm here to ask you to please not divide our community with any council election related to the ceasefire. Again, as mentioned, as leaders in Palo Alto and residents here, you cannot possibly have any impact on the war in the Middle East. But debating this highly volatile issue will only sow hatred and division. You're risking creating an unsafe environment for residents in our city, and nobody wants that. Most of us are hurting for the innocent victims on both sides of this conflict and want to see permanent peace for everyone. But the resolution will not achieve that. And please, when you consider any calls for a ceasefire from speakers here and other people, please remember who started this war on October 7th. Hamas murdered, raped, beheaded, mutilated the bodies of innocent victims. Imagine if one of your family members was held by Hamas now. And again, none of the speakers here mentioned the war that will end of the day. Hamas just released the kidnapped hostages. So please keep our city safe and not have any resolutions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mo H.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mohammed H. I'm puzzled as to why a ceasefire resolution might cause controversy or divide opinions among individuals who all claim to value life. This confusion might arise unless there is a belief, as held by some extremist Israeli officials and IDF, that the people in Gaza are subhumans. I'm also baffled by the notion that a ceasefire resolution aimed at halting the violence against children and women could be labeled as anti-Semitic. It seems contradictory to basic human rights. Yes, in the Bay Area, debates and sentiments have been erupting daily, which is rightfully understandable. The human cost in Gaza has reached 30,000. The unwavering support of our government for Israel and the IDF is deeply shameful. I urge you to add the ceasefire resolution to your agenda. This resolution won't undo the past nor mend what's been rent, but it's your stand for the future, a bold moral intent. This is not just for those lost or the tears that fall. It's the legacy you leave, the story you'll tell. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Fatima A.W.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Welcome to 2024, everyone, the year where we will sift through our community's humane and inhumane individuals, the year where the millennials will fight like hell for justice and teach the future generations behind us what being human is and what justice looks like. The world is woken up finally, and we will not allow further brainwashing to infiltrate our minds, hearts, and souls. We will come to every meeting to speak to you and persuading you all to turn on your humanity and stand against injustice. The press in Gaza is asking us all here to fight for them, and we will do just that. We are moved by the images we are seeing, and it only seems like you all here have been moved by the words Israel has been spewing. Since you all seem to not mind about the suffering happening worlds away that's committed by the help of our tax dollars, fight for the Muslims and Jews equally in Palo Alto as a stepping stone. Go ahead and stay in your lane and keep your community safe entirely and fairly.
Your time
You
is
can't
up.
even do that.
Our next speaker is Rebecca E. I'm here to call, personal capacity. I wish they wouldn't have left. I'm here to call for common ground. Please, common ground. I don't know any Jew who believes in intentionally killing Muslims or Palestinians. It's just not true. None of us want that. We all grieve for every loss of life. Of course we do. I'm vegan, pacifist, bisexual, feminist, Jewish, and all of that comes with my Judaism and from my Judaism. And no one, I don't know any Jew who agrees with the killing. There's so much killing and death in Gaza and the West Bank. But there is a path to peace. Please return, help us get back these hostages.
There was a
Your time
three-month-old
is up.
baby.
Please make a
Please
final
let me
statement.
finish. And the other path to peace is please help us get the terrorists. But they are.
Go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Eisenberg, but your time is done. Thank you. That is the end of our public comment section. Thank you, everybody, for being here this evening. Our meeting is adjourned.